Welcome everybody back to the reality of Kingdom Hearts or Silent Hill F or whatever the hell we're playing. And we are Hinako. And this game gee, is off to a great start. Somehow the performance is worse on the post-release rather than the pre-release, which I find hilarious. But we are... Yeah, actually, we'll see if that continues. Yeah, no, this can... I'm quite confident it's because I... Do I have to restart the game, really? Okay, what if I just do that? And then... since we're on the fly now, I'm gonna do a ghetto solution. Borderless gaming. Start. And does it make me update? Alright, we'll do borderless gaming and then force it full screen that way, and it should work at the resolution I want. Make borderless. No. Alright. Just gonna put it here. Alright, well, that little bit of technical trouble aside, we are... Basically, what I've come to realize is about 60% of the 60% of the way through the game, which actually makes me a bit sad. Because based off of how our puzzles are looking, this looks like we're only, 30% of the way through the book here, but alas, based off of the just sections on the walkthrough, we are nearly done. Which does make me feel better about running into the iron wall of random baddies and where we ended last time we were here. This time I'm just going to choose that discretion is the better part of valor. Alright. When I was testing to see if the game was running okay, I was able to run through there. But doing it live has failed me. I hate fighting the liquor monsters because they have a moveset that is greatly different from anything else we've fought before. I know that's me being a bit of... little bee. However, because I'm not a fighting game man, it is not my preference. But we'll suck it up if we have to, and apparently we're going to have to. I need to remember how to control things. We have Knife Man, Scythe Man, and Big Stick. I wouldn't mind this battle so much if it wasn't for what's about to happen. Because those guys appear from in front and behind. So we'll just run back. Okay, that doesn't work. We have a couple of superpowers on us. What are our items again? equipment. So the chocolate, the Higashi is what will allow us to have full stamina. So we can basically just do a heart attack the entire time. The Omamori, we're currently using the sneak one and the healing one. We should probably do increase in our stamina and cat, since we're actually in combat, or about to be in combat. Actually will save. And since we are better suited for survival, I'll try running through again, this time with the intent of, like, just dodging. I will say this game has been very significantly on my mind over the last couple of days here. I actually had a dream about it after we completed the first stream of it. Nothing in terms of, like, actual imagery or anything like that, but more in, like, what I think the metaphor is. I will never stream Umineko, JJ. I don't understand the appeal of that visual novel. The bunny ears are necessary because they make me feel better. And it diffuses a bit of the horror a bit. Also, we were talking about it last stream. If you were, like, in a situation where there is a bunch of, like, steroided up, jacked dudes in this outfit running at you, you would run even harder than you normally would because of just how out of place it is. And that's what we gotta understand here. You gotta break the expectations. Was he the prime writer or just one of the writers? Because, like, the joke I would make is, especially given the fact what I've seen, like, y'all post about it, and, like, what I know of Higurashi is, like, the child abuse themes are very heavy. Especially with, like, what has happened to one of the people in the first, like, millisecond of the game, where one of the worst deaths I have seen ever occurred. Main writer? So, like, this lady. No, that's her sister. So this lady basically had, like, a bunch of tentacles, like, rip through her skin and then perforate her face as she's, like, turned into a mold monster. I'm pretty sure this guy is evil. And I know for a fact this bitch is evil. Because she pushed us down the stairs. That would explain a lot. There are a lot of dark things that happen to kids. And if you have experience with that, I can imagine that is something you can pull from quite effectively. Okay, we don't want to go this way. No, but basically, the dream I had gave me the idea that we are basically being fattened up psychologically or spiritually in order to act as a cat's paw or replace, like, the fox god. I don't know why that's in the impression I got, but, like, either we're completely disassociating and are fighting like imaginary monsters and imaginary like death dimension stuff, or there's something else going on, which either option just makes me very sad. And I was slightly spoiled based off of a couple things. I saw previously, and now I'm very worried for the next segment of the game. I mean, that is Silent Hill.
そんな話今はしたくない。
やめないよ。シュウ君がしっかりと現実を見るまでやめない。
だからやめてくれ。俺は
なら言ってあげる。ひな子はね、死んだんだよ。ひな子は向こうの世界で楽しくやっているんだから。
相棒遅かったな。さあ行こうぜ。
What? Given the fact that we're about to go to school, I'm gonna guess they're going to be a thing. Like the traditional Japanese, you're getting bullied, and there's going to be a pot of flowers on our desk, or a bouquet of flowers, or whatever the hell the trope is when you're bullying someone.
昔はシュウとこの辺。
This is the middle school that I attended. It was built when the town was financially well off during the dam construction, so the beautiful facilities are at odds with the rest of the dull buildings in town. I met Rinko though during my first year here. I remember her surprise when she heard I called Shu partner. There's one time where I played hide and seek with a bunch of my friends when I was young. I got so excited and ran far away because I didn't want anyone to find me. Eventually, I got lost around here. I was sobbing and hollering and walked the wrong way for hours. Actually, I was told later that it was the exact opposite direction of my house. Even a town as small as this felt huge for me as a kid. I realized that I knew nothing about the town, even these fields seemed to spread out endlessly into the horizon. I walk this path every time I go to Rinko's, but to be honest, to this day, I'm still scared that I might get lost. I mean, I've been told I should probably just ask an adult for directions if I get lost, but then I remembered that one time when I walked on the footpath of the rice fields for fun and got smacked by an old farmer all of a sudden. Trauma from that experience made me scared of adults, back then and even to this day. I feel you, kid. I remember getting yelled at by a rotund Italian man when I was like 5. Space Wars. This is a game Shu and I played together when we were kids. Basically, aliens known as the Galactic Imperium would arrive in UFOs in droves, and we would fight them to protect the town. Playmates would come and go. We called them new recruits and fallen ones, respectively, and in the end, Shu and I were the only ones left standing to combat the Galactic Imperium. It wasn't just about fighting evil laser guns, though. We'd pretend to analyze the enemy by drawing alien sketches. During PE, we'd say that the class was a training camp for Space Army. I think we played with dolls, too. Right, I think that was when we were training in first aid in order to assist the injured. Not to brag, but we've taken down the enemy's great mothership, the giant UFO, on many occasions. However, each time that happened, the Galactic Imperium would deploy more and more troops from their home planet. As we grew older, we were able to have better understanding of heroes by watching television, and I think we came up with some elaborate backstories for the enemy leaders. By this time, it was a world that only Shu and I knew. That is fair. I'm now confused that they think we're dead. He told the devs he didn't need supplementary writers for the filler text. I mean, the writing in this is quite good when it comes to the writing stuff, and the manner that they've chosen to kind of fill in things is novel. Where basically, slowly as you encounter things and different events happen, like, more and more of your journal is filled in. However, I'm deeply sad we actually have to talk to our, So, one of the themes that I suspected last time that I'm more suspicious of now is Shu, who is the boy right there, likes us. We do not reciprocate or realize it in traditional protagonist form, so we told her, who we know like Shu, hey dog, you two should go do it. We're totally down for it. So she likes him, I think he likes us, and like, I suspect that's the reason why she shoved us down the stairs. Which I wonder if that's when we died, or if there's something else going on. But I guess we'll find out. There is the other thing that, like, whoever's, like, the visual director for this did a fantastic job as well.
鍵がかかってる。昔はなかったのに。
鍵は学校にあるはずだ。
ちょっと休憩しようよ。もうダメ。しばらく休ませて。
相棒も疲れただろう。休んでてくれ。俺は鍵を探してくる。
わかった。え、シュウ君が一緒じゃないと嫌だよ。心細いよ。お願い、一緒にいて。ね。
別に俺が一緒じゃなくて
相
も。
棒も少し休め。鍵は私が探す。
そうだよ。シュウ君はずっと戦闘で頑張ってたんだから。後からついてくるだけだったヒナコの方が余裕あるって。
おい、そんな言い方をするなよ。
私は気にしない。二人とも休んでてくれ。行ってくる。
I would like some player agency to smack this lady upside the head with an iron bat. I'm getting really tired of her shit. Like, she is progressively becoming more and more evil, and, like... it just worries me about how the next segment of the game is going to go. I'm gonna return to Old Faithful. He can't have only directed Resident Evil Resistance, because, like, that...
卒業以来だな。
I can't imagine was a good sort of learning ground for how to, like... Because, like, there's some things in here where, like... my impressions are based off of, like, eye work. Where, like, you turn the camera so it's a certain view, and you see a flit of an eyes for a second, or half a second, and, like... that gives a certain casting of how you're expecting, like, the internal narrative of someone is. He was the game director. I don't mean, like, game director. I mean, like, if this were a movie, like, the role that I'm thinking of is, like, the director, the person who frames the scenes and which shots should be highlighted over others is who I'm referring to. I don't know what that exactly is in video game terms. Honestly, with the pedigree that he has, I'm surprised this game is as good as it is. Because, like, a good writer can only do so much when, like, other things are going on. The vice principal is so paranoid about his keys that he always takes them with him whenever he leaves, so it's kind of ironic that he lost the keys to the stairwell. He's looking for them frantically like a madman. He had the nerve to ask me to help him find them, but I'm the one who needs the help with this pile of paperwork I have.
キーボックスが開かない。鍵がいる。
To all faculty on patrol duty to prevent students from going to the second floor, please ensure the corridor is locked at the end of day. On patrol this week, Vice Principal Matsuo. So I'm going to guess there's something out here that we're going to fight and need to get. Hmm. We also need to figure out where the shrine is in the school itself. I don't want to have to go and grab everything all the time. And it's the flowers outside, that's where the key is. Ugh. Where was the vice principal? Just had a man yell. I mean, based off of the length of the game compared to like Silent Hill 2, I'll agree with that. But like, they spent $40 million on this. How do you only have 8 people or 10 people working on it? You're looking for names? Origami of rumors. Looks like someone heard my prayers, to whichever God answered. Thank you. Oh. There's a custom that said to get rid of worries like magic. You can write grievances that you can't tell anyone on a piece of paper, fold it into a origami fox, and then throw it somewhere that no one else will find it. If you don't happen to come across someone else's origami of grievances, you can put it to rest by reading it. No matter what's written on it, you have to keep the information to yourself and not tell a single soul. It's a tradition that's been in this town for ages, but is particularly popular with middle schoolers. Some kids would indirectly bully others by writing gossip about the people they hated and making sure to put it in the place they would see it. Personally, don't like to write bad things about people or read them for that matter. They say that you can put those complaints to rest by reading them, so I make the effort to read them out. But to be honest, I'd rather not pick them up when I see them. Rinko is always asking whether Shu and I are an item. I tell her every time that we're not, but she never seems to buy it. I heard a rumor that Rinko was gossiping about me behind my back. I suppose love can tear apart even the closest of friends. I don't know what to do. You beat her up.
この箱ほら学校創立より
We do need to enshrine some items as well. We're not worrying about sanity in this run, so we're just going to get rid of all of our sanity items and the comb. Bam. God, I don't know what we're going to do with this. We need an Ima to improve our anything. We need more Omomori. I guess that kind of makes sense to only list department heads, like...
古いとかダム建設で一山当てた成金がわざわざここに学校を建てたって聞いたことがある。
Because, like, you will look to them first if anything goes wrong, because it's not necessarily fair to throw everybody under the bus. Only those who should have known better. Because now I'm suddenly thinking of Sonic 06 and the nightmares that that wrought. I kind of expected the hydrangeas to be here, so I'm gonna guess this is a greenhouse, not the second floor of the building? Though, I will ask JJ, would you have been interested in this game at all if it didn't have the Umineko slash Higurashi kind of writer involved with it? I will say there is a dog ending. What are you doing bad-mouthing top sidekick Sonic? President Shaq would be very disappointed. I mean, I don't think President Shaq was involved with that particular Sonic, though, Blobber. He was, like, deposed in favor of, you know, Princess for Life, Random Lady. Wait, if we are not supposed to be able to get up here, is this door locked? Yeah. You know, I really thought we were going to see more fighting in this. Got another ramune, which I didn't expect to be a product of Japan in the 60s. School founder's anecdote. Buy as much of that mountain's land as you can, borrow money if you must, it will surely bring you great wealth. Thereafter, the country commenced their dam construction plan, and the mountain Mr. Yoneda had purchased was indeed a boon. He spent every last yen he earned on his hometown of Ebisugaoka. One result of his generosity was Ebisugaoka Middle School. Mr. Yoneda donated the Inari statue and housed it inside the small shrine seen on school grounds as his way of saying thanks to the fox that blessed him. Alright, so we need a key there. There has to be something missing. We have to know that code then. That's a dressing room, which probably has a window that leads to here, and the hydrangeas are probably there. We'll search those stairs. I doubt we'll be able to get up. The question is, like, if I missed anything, what did I miss? Hollow Knight meets Smash Brothers? Yeah, that definitely sounds like a JJ game. Chrysanthemum Grown by our very own Vice Principal have won the Governor's Prize. Did you know that the Vice Principal Matsuo had a green thumb? His exquisite chrysanthemums took top prize in their category at the Floriculture fair head by the Prefectural Council. I thought it was horticulture, not floriculture. If you haven't already, take the opportunity to admire the Vice Principal's masterfully pruned flower displays on the school grounds. Hmm. So we know where it is. The question is, how do we get there? There has to be, like, something here that gives us a date or something like that that we're missing. I guess that makes sense if you want to have fun, speaky words.
俺には相棒を放っておくことはできない。
いつまで相棒ごっこ続けるの？もうあなたには相棒なんていないんだよ。
You know, that does make me think. There's a whole thing in Silent Hill 3 or 4 that Baz and Vummer have told me about, and basically, we're talking to some crazy guy, and we're like, oh my god, we're seeing monsters everywhere, and we have to fight them. They're so evil. And his response to you is, you're seeing monsters? Or you see a monster? And I wonder if the kind of quote-unquote friends we have are looking at us as some sort of transmorgified creature or something like that. Like we are slowly turning into one of those beasts. Which would be terrifying. Is the monster in the room with us right now? I mean, for them, no. They sent the monster out to, kind of, like, go do a fetch quest for them. The other thing is, like... That's a time. That is 12... 6, 7? 12, 7?
キーボックスが開かない。鍵がいる。
Aoi Tereshi. Aoi Takeshi. I didn't catch that the first time. So we're looking for the desk of Oi Takeshi or something like that in order to get our item here. I think we hear our monsters now as well. No, it's a fat bastard. And that one I don't think we can hide from. Yep, no, he's already ginned onto us. Go back into the building. I don't want to deal with this right now. Actually, you know what? We'll do a proper save and then we'll deal with them. So... What's kind of puzzling me is, like... What are the full themes of this game going to be? There is the... the obvious one, where to be in 60s Japan and to be a woman in 60s Japan, that is not a very good, place of being. There is the kind of, like, fickle nature of friendship between, like, school friends, and how you can be sold under the bus by people who you would have thought cared about you or something like that. But what I haven't fully tied in is the relationship between that and the other dimension that we have going on. Like, what does the realm of the dead have to do with this? Origami of rumors. I've always despised her. She goes around pretending like she doesn't want to be a girl when she knows full well that she's so much cuter than everyone else. She makes me sick. That's definitely about us. I remember Rinko folding up origami all the time. I don't know what was on them. I just saw her writing down things during class. Folding paper onto Fox is multiplication. She keeps writing her complaints on pieces of paper, but instead of burning them, she just decides to throw them into the void and let them accumulate. I think one day, all those grievances will pile up and suffocate her. Speaking of which... Alright, so Mr. Chicken is not here. Wait, can I just hide until, like, he's done? Because if that's so, I will re-equip the Omori of Stealth. Actually, do kind of appreciate that. One of the things that's different about this game compared to Silent Hill 2, which is the other game that I've played in the Silent Hill franchise, is the ability to avoid, or seemingly avoid, kind of combat scenes. You have a small ability to do that in Silent Hill 2, but I feel that it is outweighed or, like, very easily kind of, like, taken away from you. That's how we get upstairs, though I'm sure there's more out here. But in this game, it seems like we're actually properly able to avoid certain things. You like that I say that the second we're into a forced combat? You know what? I don't think we need to actually search this area. I think we're perfectly fine with everything we have for now. You know, I should have seen this coming. Alright, so these are the dolls we saw previously that had the tendency to come alive and attack us. I don't know if we will see that again here, right now at least. Like, that's the other thing I'm curious about in the game, is like, are those creatures supposed to be our fellow, like, teens in town that have been
何？
brought foul by the encroaching darkness? Is there some other shenanigans at play? She should just disappear. I hope someone kills her or abducts her. I don't care. Just whatever gets Hinako out of my life once and for all. Oh, Rinko. Who sat here? Still the best partner. So he literally has him in, like, the protagonist spot. I'm guessing... Hinako isn't coming. I'm sorry for lying to you, but I thought that I needed to get you alone to find out how you truly feel. Look into your heart. Try opening this box with your true feelings. You remember that day when the two of us went to that cafe? We talked about how it felt. We were like delinquents since we were supposed to be going to school that day. But you know what? I didn't care that the other people thought about us, because as long as I could spend time with you, that was all I needed. We both ordered the same cake that day. I can still remember how my heart almost burst out of my chest the moment the same words flowed from those lips. The sweet tart fruit on the cake, the taste still lingers in my mouth like it was yesterday. Do you remember the taste too? Yeah, in like the anime realm, this desk right here, which is this is the traditional seat taken by the protagonist of like the show, and it's usually like it is such a trope to the point where there's like memes like, alright, to pull up Screen Man for a minute here. It's uh like this. Or like maybe it's the one in front. So there are less memes about this concept than I remembered, so we'll pull away. Alright, so this is Rinko's desk right here. She very much wants us dead. I sat here right behind Ms. Rinko. She was giving me all the right answers. What is that on our desk? Is that like a pencil case? A eraser bag? I'm playing on a much smaller screen due to like the weird issues we've been having. So I actually can't see that well. Uh,
反応なしか。
it was a... Inako isn't coming. I'm sorry for lying to you. Tart fruit on the cake. So cake. What is considered tart? That is vegetables. You don't need a four-leaf clover. A strawberry, while I love, isn't considered tart. That looks like a repair kit. So we're down to grape, pineapple, and cherry. I feel a cherry is more tart than a pineapple. Really? How we're supposed to be how we were delinquents since we were supposed to be going to school that day. I didn't care what other people thought. Ordered the same cake that day. I can still remember how my heart burst out of my chest. Sweet and tart fruit. Maybe it is cherry, but I guess that is more of a pie. That can't be a cake. I guess there's more than one side of the box, actually. I guess that kind of looks more like a cake.
間違えたか。
Hmm. Is it something that's supposed to exist on both sides and has the same fruit? Then, so the kind of pie-looking thing that could also be like a fruit tart, that exists on both sides. The only things we have on that, though, are tomato, eggplant, and whatever the hell that is. I think that's a daikon radish. We have a pumpkin and a citrus. Hmm. Could it be two different fruits? So sweet and tart. That could be a cherry and strawberry cake? I doubt it's an orange. It's definitely not these. I highly doubt it's a goddamn... I don't even know what that is. That's a pumpkin. I highly doubt it's a pumpkin. I can't even begin to describe, like, what the flavor of a pumpkin is. Sorry for lying. I needed to get you alone. Look into your heart. Try opening this box. My heart burst out of my chest the moment the same words flowed from your lips. The sweet and tart fruit on the cake. The taste still lingers in my mouth. You remember the taste too.
なんか違うな。
I mean, some people believe in serendipity as a manner of the will of reality. Now, those people terrify me at times. Because I've seen more than one show where they turn into axe-wielding madmen. But, like, what fruit is sweet and tart? Because, like, a pineapple, I wouldn't call a pineapple tart. Because, like, a tart is like a lemon. That could be a lemon at the top left. But a lemon isn't necessarily sweet. A cherry is tart and sweet. A strawberry is just sweet. Grapes are just sweet. So I will delete the vegetables first. So, like... an apple is just sweet. So it's down to what could be an orange or a lemon. I'm guessing, like, that could be the shape. Though that reminds me more of a moon pie than anything else. That doesn't look like a cake at all. We've already tried cherry. I don't think we've tried lemon. Or what might be a lemon. And we'll grab, like, all the different combinations of what could be a... thing for it. So... cake, or... that doesn't work. Yeah, whatever the hell that is.
間違えたか。反応なしか。
Here, we'll try moon pie with pineapple. Then moon pie with cherry. Alright, so we'll try the pies with cherry. That doesn't work. We'll try it with pineapple. Okay, that doesn't work. The only other thing we have is the thing that looks like a gun case or like a repair kit in the game. Uh... Does not work with pineapple. Doesn't work with cherry. It doesn't work with orange. Could it be like we need to mirror it on each side? But that doesn't make sense because like the fruit doesn't repeat. Unless that isn't a tomato. This could be like a pomelo or something like that. They both had a... this. That could be a persimmon. I don't remember what a persimmon tastes like, so we'll just go with that. We currently have pie selected.
なんか違うな。
Maybe she went insane. Maybe it was like they ordered two different things that are sweet and tart, not that they both ordered the exact same thing. So he ordered a lemon whatever the hell, and she ordered a cherry whatever the hell. Should actually probably just normalize it. Yeah, I don't know what went through that lassie's head. I'm going to assume that she is going to be the next boss we fight. True and proper boss, that is, given the fact that the lass who was the Shrine Maiden's daughter, Shrine Lord's daughter, was the first one we fought, given the fact that she got first. Like, did something appear in the characters? Like, Shu was allergic to pineapple or something like that? No. Interested in medicine and first aid. I don't care about what other people thought of us because as long as I could spend time with you, that was all I needed. We both ordered the same cake that day, but I can still remember how my heart burst out of my chest the moment the same words flowed from your lips. The sweet and tart fruit on the cake, the taste still lingers in my mouth like it was yesterday. Okay, we're gonna try full screen again, because, like, this is too small for me. I guess read what's going on. Uh, yeah. Go with this. Oh, that's an onigiri. Yeah, no, that is not at all what I thought that was. Okay. Yeah, so that's a savory. That is definitely a pie. And that's like a moon cake. So it could be that. I guess we'll just iterate through everything at this point, given the fact that it doesn't seem to be fully making sense here. Like, what I would normally associate with a sweet and tart fruit isn't real. Would probably just select something. Try grape,
反応なしか。
pineapple.
間違えたか。
Really wish I remembered that I had that active, but you know, egg in my face and all that. I am now officially confused. Well, more confused than I was previously. So, like, we have a apple, we have radish, we have eggplant, we have we have other stuff. Lemon. So we have you. That is probably a persimmon. We eliminate the vegetables. We are left with persimmon, orange, pumpkin on one side. We're left with cherry, persimmon, um, eggplant, radish, whatever the hell that is. Hello, Goka. It could be a tomato. You could just try it with just vegetables. Or, fruit. So we have this, if we assume that it is that. Uh... Try it with things that I would consider tart. A lemon is tart. An apple is not tart. Persimmon is not tart. A strawberry is not tart. Apples can be tart. Alright, we'll throw in apple. I mean, we'll throw in the apple and take away the pineapple because I don't think the pineapple... I would not say pineapples are tart. They will eat you alive, but they are not tart. Uh... It's not all fruit. Those are definitely like a cookie. Is it the pumpkin?
なんか違うな。
Honestly, like, if a girl sent me this, I would be fascinating. I would be completely sort of, like, baffled at what's going on. I mean... Apples can be tart, tomatoes are not tart, oranges are tart, pineapples are not tart. That is not tart.
間違えたか。
What are we missing? Like, how would we describe a lemon? Like,
反応なしか。
is there anything else that could be going on here? Presumably the way to get out of here. I wish we could, Blobber. There's a lot of things I'd like to just smash in, like the head of the lady whose box this is, because she damn near murdered us last stream. Sweet and tart. Maybe it's fruits that are sweet or tart? So then it would be grape, pineapple. You know what? We need to bring back the president. That's a great point. I need something to look at to make me happy when this game makes me sad. So you did remember. Well, that makes me feel very special. By the way, are you over Hinako now? I apologize if that sounded blunt, but I want to make it clear. That girl is dead. I know you're going through a rough time right now, and you must be in so much pain. But you know, I can be here for you. Would you rather go through it yourself still? I can picture us slowly unfolding the pages of our hearts, talking about all the small mundane details of our day-to-day lives, by filling up one journal after another with our thoughts. I know we can make a fresh start, a blank page upon which we can write the new story of our lives. Surely you can see it too. God, I hate this lady. Alright, what do we got to do? So this one is, the story unfolding the pages of our hearts, talking about all the small mundane details of our day-to-day lives, fill up one journal after another. So is this one just book? We go with book? We'll start with the broad definition of a book, so anything you write on. So that would apply to all of these. Then we go down to more book. So we'll remove the letters. So it's books and journals. Okay. See, now that I know what the idea is, it's a lot easier. I'm glad to hear you're trying to stay positive, and remember, I'll always be here for you if you need anything. You know you're not the only one who's sad because Hinako's no longer with us. If the two of us, they forgot a word. If the two of us could huddle together, we could soothe this pain that bites like the cold of winter. Then surely spring will arrive, welcoming us with sakura in full bloom to celebrate our union. Can you picture the beautifully blooming sakura awaiting us? So we need flower. It's been a while since I've seen cherry blossom, but that's a bonsai. That's a four-leaf clover. Those are just like daisies. It could be this. We'll delete the bonsai. That's a peony, I think. And that doesn't look real either. But to be fair, Rusty, the moral support was primarily in the form of the bunny outfit that we're wearing, considering that we have to a certain extent transmorgified ourselves into one of the bad guys from Five Nights at Freddy's. Just the fans?
なんか違うな。
We are wearing the bunny outfit, per the insistence of Strudel. The furry infiltration is proceeding. You're not wrong. Bloom. Maybe it's flowers in blooming rather than sakura trees? That looks like it's blooming. Those have been cut already. That is blooming, but it's also been cut. So we're going to go from the most literal, or the least literal to the most literal definition here. So these are all flowers that are in bloom that are not, that are including those that are not on the vine. Technically that's them dying, so we'll remove that first. Okay. Now we'll remove those that are cut but not in a pot. I'll remove those that are in a pot. It is true, it is part of our magical girl outfit. Guess that one is still on the vine. Dear Shu, I like you, I love you, I have always have, and I always will. I'll be waiting to hear what you think about me. What is it? Daisuki? Daisuki. I forgot what, like, the other one is, because, like, Daikirai means I hate you. And we've solved the puzzle. Dai is big. Right, it's Ski Des and Daisuki Des. So presumably it's Kirai and Dai Kirai Des. Or whatever the hell it is.
ひなとはお友達といつまでも一緒にいたい。
お姉ちゃんどこ？
お友達は永遠じゃないのよ。彼らだっていつか必ずあなたを裏切る。あなたが裏切り者と呼ばれたように。
お姉ちゃん。
天秤にかける価値があるかどうか。しっかりと判断しなさい。
それってどういう？
And the school becomes more and more infested by whatever filth is here. We're gonna go back downstairs because I'm a massive coward.
Yeah. 相棒が何があってもずっと俺たちは相棒なんだ。
かわいそうなシュウ君。あなたにとってひな子が大切な人だったのはよくわかるよ。だからこそ笑顔でお見送りしなくちゃ。それが相棒の最後の務めだと思う。
I was really curious if we would get a reaction on her face to Rinko saying that we're dead. And basically attempting to peel Shu away from us. Right, we still have to figure out the locker code for Oi and whatever else. Oh no. Whatever else the hell is going on here. That's where we were. Yeah, we can't return it for full money back. Truly the worst timeline.
これって
Guess we'll go offer some junk then. God, I really wish we had a bigger inventory. Alright, so we'll get rid of the comb. I want to keep the Higashi. The first aid kit that's kind of ruining us here, we'll offer that. Health isn't doing so good, so we'll have the Yokon. This is something I do appreciate, where your outfit gets degraded over the course of the game based off of, like, the fighting that's going on. We've taken a hell of a lot of damage for random teenage girl, so... Honestly, like, we need our own hero movie after this, is what I'm understanding. That's where we need the ghost. We won't go there yet. Alright, we'll go into this one first. Alright, so we have fan death. We have... Liar, 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 liar. Is this the room that Shu went insane in? Because this feels like the room Shu went insane in. TT is the most disgusting person I've ever met. I wish someone would destroy her locker. If anyone wants to make my wish come true, her locker combination is 377. But, like, her name isn't E.T., it's Oi. And the inevitable has come. Hey there, buddy. No, this is the wrong combination, but we are not powerful enough to, fight that lady. What do you... Okay, that's fine. Alright, we will get back into the fighting mood. I think my muscle memory is worn away by the hard days of office work. That I... forgot how tight combat could be in this. Yeah. The TT isn't who we need. We need Oi. Old Annex main gate key. Ayumi from the track and field club said she found a key with keybox written on it during practice. She still hasn't got that back to you. When she left it in her locker, she went to change. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if she got it. She looked exhausted after practice. Right, we have a bandage, we have a stamina item, we have a repair item. This game does not like me, is the moral of the story as far as I'm concerned. Okay, we're back in the Get Good room. Oh god, you know what I would... Oh no. I was gonna say, I would believe that the game would have it based off of, like, what order you fought everything in. Right, with these enemies, it seems to be better to dodge into them. Why don't they die? You know, if only the enemy was so accommodating for us. Oh. Their health pool is actually awful.
武器が壊れかけてる。も
Ah.
う少しだけ持ってくれ。
That wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. We have more Droog. Oh, and multiple people that want to kill us. Or you know what? That's fine. I am worried that our resources are dwindling oh so quickly, but you know, we gotta make do with what's going on. That room is the spooky room, that room is the music room, and we have the resources from both. I'm gonna guess, like, the note that we got then is presumably from the annex? That does feel a bit weird, though. Actually, we need to check on Shu and Renko. I got nothing to say quite yet. So it seems like they'll talk based off of, like, what major events are going on out here. So probably the next time the school changes is when they'll start speaking again. Oh. Hmm. You can read girl code, right, Yoshida? Salto got a note from the girls that had 84 times 4 written on it. Do you know what it means? Salto? Is it Oi Salto? Question is, like, who is TT? TT... Note between lovers. It's basically just math. 41, 51 plus 3 times TikTok from Diddy Kong Racing 64. Ah, Diddy Kong Racing. Wait, what is that? That's an irrational number, so we can change that into... what is that? 9... The square root of 9 plus... Multiplied? The square root of 9 times 6. Is that how math works when it comes to factors? I think that's how math works when it comes to factors. So we have 9 times 6, which is 54. Can we factor that where it's a whole number? Can 54 be broken into a whole number? I don't know if it can. I mean, it probably can, given the fact that's the note there, but... It seems to be girl code is just like math. So the girls are doing math to give you numbers for things. So we're trying to add 4151 to with 3 times the square root of 6. Now, if I remember vaguely from my time in maths, that would be 6 times 9, the square root of 6 times 9. The code for baka, so you know stupid. Girl code is based off the alphabet. Basically, you just switch letters with numbers and the symbol that looks like them. So Salto would be, oh, or not. Not math. 54 plus 06. Oh my god. Apparently it's you. So Yoshida, it'd be XO. Alright. Get out the note again. Where's my pen? Gonna translate live on stream. We're now archaeologists of girl speak from the 1970s. Alpha, beta, delta, the E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, E, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. So Yoshida is X, O, 5, 1. I don't know how you get a D from 7. Like, that's some creative accounting right there. Alright, Saoto is 5A. He is the plus sign. And U is somehow 6. We already have O, which is 0. Alright, so if we go back to the journal. So 8, 4, so it would be... Oh, Baka. So B is 8. That means star is K. So that one would be 4 A I A I S I E I she 3 we haven't had defined, 6 we have defined as U. So 3 is probably E, and that is R. Aishiteru. Yeah. Not L. Yeah, no, 7 is D apparently. I do not know. Alright, so root sign is R. And 3 is E. Oh, that's big like. So, TT is the most disgusting person I've ever met. If someone wants to wish come true, her locker combination is 377, which is EDD? Who is TT? TT would just be TT, so it's not girl speak. Ed? So if we make it Ed, how would you retranslate that again? That would be like on the phone, so that would be what? That would just be 1 is ABC, D, E, F is 2, so it'd just be 2222? That doesn't make any sense. have absolutely no idea how that crazy formula spells Aishiteru, but I love you too. Ah, okay. So we solved it by happenstance because of vaguely knowing Japanese. Asakura Ayumi, row 4, line 2. Asakura Ayumi, row 4, line 2. So row 4, line 2, that would be here. I decided to make the combo for my locker something I love. You can poach it, fry it, even boil it. No matter what, and it comes out delicious. You can even add flour and sugar and mix them all together. You make a cake. A potato? Egg? Egg.
暗号のメモか。まだまだ子供だな。
This witch deserves to die. I hope she suffers. 56940513. Smart and a star athlete, gold medal and perfectional meet. I hate her guts. How dare she make me feel like I'm nobody? Like I'm a nothing, like I'm a nobody. Alright. Girl translation activated. So S U. We don't have 9. SU4 A E 0 5 is S again. That can't be right. What is SU blank ATOSIE? I mean, if 6 is U, is N 9? That would make sense. What is Sun Tosi? No, it just comes out sunrise. I'm sure I'm missing something horrifying here. Yeah, 5 is S, 6 is blank. Or no, 6 is U. 9 is blank. I'm guessing it's N. 4 is A, X is T, 0 is 0, O, 5 is S, 1 is I, and 3 is E. 8 is B. There's probably something horrifying in Japanese that I don't know what's being invoked upon this poor lass, but you know, I'm sure we're about to find out. Uh, so we know the word is using the defined letters we have already. We have SU underscore or blank ATOC. I suspect it's something else, because, like, go in the notepad. A4, D8. D is undefined, D is 7. E is 3. Man. I is 1. A is star. O is 0. So these are our knowns. Ish. And the message we're trying to translate is 5694X0513. So 5694 plus X. Wait. What is X, not the other one? How did I... Am I insane? Okay, 5694 X053. Come on. Now the game's fighting me. Go to notepad, go here. Right, 0513. So if we go here, then we know it is S blank. No, SU blank. A. X is Y. Then we have 05 0513. Yose? It's not suicide. She's not telling us to kill ourselves, but like... That's probably something spooky in Japanese. No, that's accidental pornography. Let's not click on that. Alright. So... Japanese words. It could be a name. A yosei. Yusei is cheap. Yeah, sweet. We'll leave it on the thinker for now. Because I agree, it it's not a Japanese word that I recognize. Granted, I'm not Japanese. Wait, there's another angry thing right here. I wish I could just climb inside his locker and drown in his smell. I can't believe his combination is the same as his AOI. His name, Aoi. Oh, that's who we want. So cute of him. I'm using his name in code. Blue. Isn't blue owl? Not oi? Aoi? I guess owl. That been so long since I actually looked at words. However, we know that this one is 401. Heard something that I didn't like. I see something I don't like either. Hey there, buddy. Oh! Actually, my calf. I pulled a muscle because I fucking... Uh... I reacted... I'm sitting crisscross applesauce right now, and I reacted by clenching my calves when that happened, and I pulled a muscle streaming. God damn it. Well, I guess the game got what it wanted in spooking me. It... This would have never happened to Shaq. You're not wrong. We are not President Shaq. However, we're getting out of this, hopefully without combat. Nope. Combat's illegal. We don't live in Combatistan. Alright, let's save again. Preserve what's left of my honor after blowing myself up in the middle of streaming, just like my goddamn stream is blowing up. I am just completely befuddled at the fact that the game has worse performance after it full release. Like, I can't believe that. It's usually the opposite. Like, that right there, we streamed for like 10 hours last time. No problem like that. No. Oh, buddy. Let's just get this over with. See, it was my plan the entire time to die. We will take our baby amphetamines and revive our health a bit. Shaq would also avoid that. Shaq doesn't wield a heavy pipe into battle. Actually, you know what that does? Oh god, you're actually saved. Alright. Like, if Shaq were stuck in, like, the zombie apocalypse, like, what type of weapon would Shaq have? Like, is he, like, a classic, like, board and thumbnail kind of guy? Or is he, like, something else? Alright, in my defense, I'm looking for the spirit runes that happen when you, hunting rifle? I could see Shaq with a hunting rifle. Heavy and club-like. He would also slay pretty well with that. I feel that with what we're saying there... Alright, we perfectly did it that time, you know, I'm super proud of this moment. Sledgehammer would be perfect, but it would be the XXXXXXXL version. That is true. Shaq is, contrary to popular belief, actually 70 feet tall. They had to get the shrink ray from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids in order to make him to the size of a normal basketball player, so he didn't just crush all of his opponents in some reverie. Or was it 401? Damn. It is contrary to popular belief. Happened to find out Suga's locker combination. Weird thing is, when you convert it to code, it looks like a cry for help. What am I supposed to do? It's not like I can do anything. Suga. Is it T0T? I thought there was only one locker. Oh, hell no. Hey there, buddy. I mean, Suga's a fan of Warhammer, right? I'm sure all of the Warhammer knowledge they have will help them very well in their quest to survive this darkened night.
更衣室陸上部が懐かしい
Nope. Don't want unlimited stamina right now, please. Alright, what do we got on table? This is our locker. Ayasaka Ayumi. The TT would be TT. Suga Yosei. That is... Cry for help. What would a cry for help be in 3 letters? Okay, this one is 377. Okay, we have a Wolfamori now.
よし
Oh no. We usually have high durability with our big stick here, so we will pop that on since we just seem to always be in combat now. We'll go check on best friend and our resident himbo now to see if they're still plotting against me. Alright, not enough has changed yet. Now we have the full floor plan. Do we make another go at outside? Do we try and become outside people for a few minutes? I don't think so quite yet. So I'm now even more convinced that we will. Alright, Suga Yosie. When converted to whatnot. What is help in Japanese? Or what is like something like that? Arasaka Ayumi. Weren't we looking for a word very close to Sugayoshi earlier? You know? Is it Sugayose? Oh my god, it is! Wait a second, did they... Thank you, Nemi. Yeah, no, this one right here. I hope she suffers. This witch deserves to die. I hope she suffers. Suga Yosei, smart and star athlete, gold medal in the prefectural meet. I hate her guts. How dare she make me feel like I'm nothing, like I'm a nobody. I happened to find out Suga's locker combination. Weird thing is, when you convert it to code, it looks like a cry for help. What am I supposed to do? It's not like I can do anything. Sukete. Alright, so we know someone hated her. We also know Suga's a girl. We know that she likes egg, which is 3. Oh, Is it 2?
なんか違うな。
No. E, that's A, that's S, that's U, even though that should be G. Would 9 be G? 9's probably G. Yep. Key cabinet, so that's what we needed. There's still some more lore to get. Alright, so we know G is A. 9. Which we should have known that from Suga's name. So we know 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, everything. So 1 is I. 2 we actually don't know. So 1 is I, 2 is blank, 3 is E. Is A equals 0 or 1? 4 equals A, blobber. 3 is E, 4 is A, B is 8. 2 would be Z. That would make sense. 0 is O, 5 is S, 6 is U, 7 is D, 8 is B, 9 is G. So what would be a cry for help looking thing only using the letters Z, U, S, O, or 0, I, G, E, D, B, A? Yeah, the girl code is weird but effective. SOS? Oh my god. Thank you, Blubber. Increases our inventory capacity. Oh, thank god. Have 1 more slot. Alright, we're gonna go save and then we're gonna do some ooh! Oh, okay, that I will take as an excellent feat of skill. I thought it should be Pam. Pam would be chill. Oh! Thank you for running away. Now I can save. Yeah, the thing is, like, this is the thing that keeps getting me. We're playing on the hardest difficulty for puzzles in this game, which has me kind of, like, coded for, like, things that are overly difficult, and would be, like, Japanese-specific coding. I am perpetually a befuddled individual, though what else is new? Oh, we're definitely gonna have to deal with that problem in a minute. They're still succinct, or very quiet. Alright, let's get good again. We just gotta learn from any nation history and just do the El Clasico fighting retreat. So I need you to get out of the door, please. You know what? I think that was probably my finest hour in terms of fighting in this game in like the 10 hours we've played it, so I'm very, very chipper about that one. Now I need to go embarrass myself by losing to whoever the hell's out front. Because we're desperately, ever more so, short on resources, and the only store of resource. Oh, never mind.
やっと見つけた。
So I don't know why Rinko is trying to tell Shu that we're dead and also get stuff for us. Like, what is the metaphor
なら
here?
さ、私と二人で新しい宇宙戦争を始めようよ。シュウ君が望むなら相棒の役でも悪の女幹部の役でもいいんだよ。鍵見つけたぞ。
おかえり。面倒をかけたな。相棒も休めよ。俺たち先に休んだから。
休みなよ。私とシュウ君で寝の番をしててあげるから。いや、私は本当に大丈夫。
ひなこ、休めよ。あとは俺たちが見張っておくから。
おやすみ、ひなこ。
I half expected her to bash our head against the table.
でもさ、シュウ君もああいうの好きでしょ。
今日ねえよ。
That's a great point, Steve Achievement. What exactly have we learned?
魂を奪われた私だ。今度は私が君の魂を救い、古き君の命を奪おう。
I'm guessing this is gonna be like the face of Shu. You know what, I just realized? We shouldn't have President Shaq on screen, because, like, this game is set in the 60s. In the Welly expanded universe, who's the president in the 1960s, you think? We have President Charlie Sheen, who's between the year 2000 and 2008. We have President Shaq, who's from 1992 to 2000. Like, who is going to be the president in 1960s? Is it going to be President Frank Sinatra? Or is it going to be someone else? I actually need to think about this now.
無理しなくていい。まだ休んでいるといい。
That Kate?
起きられます。
Not Kate. I think it's not Kate.
清めの水が少し強すぎたのかもしれない。君は思った以上に繊細で敏感なようだ。でもよく頑張ったね、美奈子。さあ、先に進もう。
I mean, he is a spirit blobber. He's just blinking how he thinks a person should blink. He landed in the moon.
支度をしておく。お別れをしてくるといい。
はい。
We landed on the moon in 69. We could have President Laika, who defected to the United States. That wouldn't work either, because the dog would be a foreign national. Who was the first creature to land on the moon? Did we, like, put a dog into space ourselves? But, Nixon would be if we were playing it... No, I guess Nixon didn't get elected until 1968. No, that would be if we were playing it straight. The Russian turtle? President Comrade. Alright, so we have our overworld equipment on us. And there's a hell room right there.
今日は一段と綺麗だね。
Oh, hell yeah, we can send her to the Shadow Realm. Hell yeah, you do. Is that our save pot spot? Indeed it is. We'll overwrite it since there's nothing we get. Sorry, there were 2 turtles. Can we get 2 turtles and a dog as our 1960s El Presidente? We're now at... No, we're not at Triangle. Where are we? The triangle is currently open, wherever the triangle symbol is. Oh, there it is. It's on the other side of the room. We can go right now. Over here. First animals to go into the moon were two stepped tortoises from Soviet Zond 5 mission, 1968, which circled the moon and returned to Earth safely. This guy is actually easy to fight. He said, completely forgetting how to fight this thing. I do enjoy when a place has elected a cat as their premier. Not step tortoise. Just realized that, no. Alright. So, I'm gonna try and use mind more. I think that is what's making this so difficult for me now, which I did predict. Because mind slows things down. Premier Mao. Exactly. You know, Chairman Meow, who leads the Meow Meow Liberation Front, in charge of Camp Meow Meow. The Oinari-sama's emblem. That's presumably Oinara. So that's our Fox Deity's room. We have the 420 Blaze It room right there. So... Are we really gonna kill Rinko? Is that what the purpose of this segment is? Once again, I won't complain because, like... I do not trust this lady worth a damn. Like, what's gonna happen? Is she just going to go into, like, 70 level cardiac arrest? I agree. The kind of level design for the Shadow Realm has been an absolute delight in terms of the kind of like setting of everything. The just regular old happy village stuff is also quite novel. When I say happy village, it just kind of feels silly given the fact that trillions of people are like blowing up. Oh! We're in her house now? Okay. Oh my god, she looks like a neat. Like, just parts of her room just look terrible. I'm guessing if we went right, we would have been in Shu's area. Sorry for writing you a letter out of the blue. I know we could just talk at school, but when I'm around you, I always end up behaving. Hey, you know this is really last minute, but would you mind coming shopping with me on Sunday? I know what clothes would look cute on me from a boy's perspective, that is. What do you think? Love you so much. You never leave my thoughts, Rinko. That's her writing the shoe. Which that's getting a lot more obsessive than I expected as well. Things are not well for our friend. Sorry, I know this must seem like it's coming out of nowhere, tell you the truth. Really? Oh, I'm sorry, I know this must seem like coming out of nowhere. What exactly is Hanako to you? Are you two just friends? Are you more than friends? I want you to tell me the truth. I know this is none of my business, but could you keep your distance from Shu? You know, people tend to get the wrong idea when boys and girls our age spend too much time together, and you don't want to cause any issues for Shu, do you? You should really more be thoughtful about how you behave. You're nothing but a fly. All you do is get in the way. Get lost, or at the very least, shut your trap and stop bothering others. Quit buzzing around Shu all the damn time. It looks like the writer was trying to change their handwriting. Jesus, she's a thick dog. Like, I knew she was bad as soon as she tried to kill us, but this is just bad. Yeah, each stall we turn around, there's just more and more Shu. Did she start drawing us? Oh yeah, she did. That is, not good. There are times when those kind eyes that watch me through the slits of the fox mask turn frighteningly sharp. As if he's looking right through me, piercing the very depths of my soul. We walk hand in hand, he always stays one step ahead, as if he's guiding me somewhere. With my hand in his, I can't keep my eyes cast down towards my feet. When I walk, when he tugs gently on my hand, I know what true happiness is. Don't have to think about anything anymore. As long as I do what he tells me, I know I will be happy. Oh boy.
見つけた。
Can we, like, go back to the regular room? No. No, we can't. We are forever cursed by the degradation of our once and former friend's mind. And, yeah, no, we can't go back in there. We have a pirouette friend. Oh! Or not. Oh, I see. It's like that. Alright, so we need to go in there. We need to switch from weed to bunny. Bunny will activate that room. Then we need bird and bunny, and then we can go through here. Yeah. Like to think I handled that masterfully. do have a habit of fumbling the finish, apparently. Alright, bucko, I know where you are. Third time's the charm, right? Totally. Alright, I'm just gonna run away. The unfortunate part about this is the creature will be just in here now. So long as I do it on the third attempt, it still counts, right? Since we're not using durability weapons, we should be using the stamina one. Because I'm obsessed with stamina, man. You got anything to say, lady? No? How about now? Oh, and that's what the segment's about, because the fox is trying to get us to be moved away from our... how do you say it? Normal sort of state of being. So we are being... Okay. Just more and more monsters now, no. Oh, jeez! I forgot that was a mechanic, if I'm gonna be entirely honest here. What if we just let them walk back? Was it past number 3? Shame on me. You know, I'm not a Dark Souls guy. I'll blame it on that. Alright, there we go. But I am a running and hiding kind of guy, so if I do that, it does save me a bit. Alright, I've regained my honor. We actually have, what's that? Fox sushi? Yeah, there we go. Sushi rice stuffed with seasonings, tofu skins, and Nari-sama's favorite type of offering. We activate this now. Bandage. We'll need to come back in here and activate it again, which is the only unfortunate part. And now... Oh no, we're gonna have to fight this bastard. No, we don't! We just have to follow along. Never mind, I'm out of hiding space. We actually have to fight this guy. Question is, where do we want to fight this guy? That door's locked now. So maybe actually, if he goes left on his patrol route, we can duck right. But if he comes back, which is what he's doing, we will be very sad. Alright, you know what? The muscle memory slowly returning back into my mind, and I am bringing honor back to the Wellington name. You know, big honor in big Wellingtonistan. Alright. Whose house is this going to be now? The school's house. Alright, I'm actually kind of terrified here.
遠い昔みたい。
So, based off what we learned, Renko sat here, we sat here.
夕食、お昼休み、友達。
Anything we can eat to heal ourselves? Have the ramune, and we'll take a bandage. Continuation from last semester, I'm going to be class president once again. I hope we can make this another wonderful semester. The role of class president holds a lot of responsibilities, but I think I'm up to the task. Even when I was young, I always wanted to be the mom or big sister whenever I played house. I think it's because I really enjoy looking after others. I believe that every single student in our class has things they excel in, as well as things they could stand to work on. In my view, the purpose of the class president is to help others with their shortcomings so we can make everyone at school better. Well, that's not how that ended, but it's the kind of spirit energy that's coming off of this lassie. Alright, time to see what reality seems to think this nightmare is. I'm honestly surprised there's been, like, no flowers on our desk. I was really expecting that to be the cultural kind of implication. Forward-facing Fox Crest, an emblem found in a strange room. It has some jutting out in the bottom, seems to be inserted somewhere. Alright, I'm sad that this was just the combat room. In continuation from last semester, I'm to be class president again. Handwriting gets wild and erratic. I love being class president because I get to look after all these lost causes. Even when I was young, I always enjoyed comparing myself to others, inferior kids, and basking in my own superiority. When I pretend to care about others, I can please a lot of people. The losers I help, the people around me, and even my parents, and frankly, that makes me happy as well. Right now, I'm in charge of two girls who are the definition of morons. They're both so carefree and empty-headed. Neither of them knows the first thing about fitting in. The only reason they have any friends at all in class is because I'm taking care of them. They fawn over me and tell me how amazing I am. I really truly think I was born to be class president. I knew she had evil energy in the writing. I knew it. other than the fact that it was incredibly obvious. Also, we need to take our opiates. Also, get it out of the room.
あんたがいなくなってくれるんだからせいぜいする。
We'll take another bandage. And some pills. I, for one, am shocked. True. Do we want to fix her, though? I mean, we could fix her by throwing her in the anime lava, right?
なんでいつもあんたばっかりなのよ。
Because I'm not evil, you bint. Please don't tell me that's like some horrifying British slang. Not bint means bitch. Bint, slang, meaning. Harsher bitch. Alright. I did not do an oopsie. Like last time. Because this lady is insane. She has attempted to kill us, I think twice now. And, like, she is much... I thought that was only because, like, the apocalypse was happening. No, she's actually always just been this evil, according to Silent Hill. Kind of, like, mind influencing. That does need to be held with a grain of salt. Needy evil. We'll enshrine something. Divine water. We will not give him the ara ara. We will give this. And then, do we draw an Amori? We will not draw an Amori at this time. Much as I love...
私の方が頑張ってるのに。頑張ってるのに。
Oh, that's weird. We're safe for a minute. We will pop another pill. Now we run left. Be rid of our frenemy forever. Or we'll just die. Actually, I'm gonna draw an Amori, because I'm not sure if this is actually randomized. Slightly restores health after each successful counter. That one's not very good, but that one is fantastic. Alright, collectibles... Equipment... take away Mr. Plum. Because counters are the things we're doing whenever we're getting the perfect kind of hitbacks.
あんたの世界から消して。
The 420 room, that's Rabbit. By the look of it, we actually can chain the attacks there. Much better than I anticipated. Okay, so blue and one was school, one was home, and we have the candy store? And this is where we left the corpse of the other lady. Letter from Rinko to Hinako. Hinako, here you'll feel better after eating this. Forget about what those jerks said today and don't worry, you'll be getting an earful. They'll be getting an earful from me. Just have to be yourself, Hinako. You can't worry about what other people say is normal. That's their normal, not yours. I'll always be looking out for you from your best friend, Rinko. And a Higashi.
ここ千鶴屋を手放すんだ
Slightly restores health and current max sanity.
先に
We would probably replace the arare with that. Or I could eat the arare. However, before we do much else, I'm going to take a quick bio break and be back in a few minutes. Alright, and I'm back, and let's see how horrifying our friend is. Friend, quote unquote, I should say. Alright, nothing over here other than lamp. Rinko's secret journal. Why do I have to live here of all places? Shu lives all the way on the other side of town, meaning my dreams of us walking home together will never come true. I remember how I organized everyone from class to go to Chizuruya together after school. We chatted as we walked, and we went our separate ways home. Warning thingy? What warning thing? You're gonna DM it to me, or are you going to post it in chat? I will wait in wonder, then. The walk to the store was painfully short. Still having just a few extra minutes I could spend with Shu outside of school was all I could ask for. I'm going to assume we're going to see something equally unhinged with Shu, where he becomes increasingly obsessive about us. Oh dear. Oh. I guess that makes sense. When did Twitch add that? Normally the only time I interact with anything involving moderating of the like is when I have to execute big follows. As is our wont.
手放すんだ。進まなきゃ。
That is a nice mechanic. You want to not just punish people for being fools. I acknowledge the moderator is a fuckwit. One, two, three, four. No, it is not dead. As we got closer to the store, our classmates would peel off one by one as they turned to go home. It was never just me and Shu on our own, but I didn't care. But of course, there was always that dirty little cockroach crawling all over Shu. I mean, come on. We're all walking home together. How about having a conversation that everyone else can join in on? Don't just go running off to your own weird little world of space wars together. Yeah. I would argue if we're going to get into a metaphysical conversation about what system is the best, it'd be what is the easiest one to teach and comprehend. Which would probably be metric, but except for metric time, that, if I recall correctly, is big dumb. Inako. Here, you'll feel better after eating this. I'm such a kind person, you know. Would someone who isn't kind give little treats with a wonderful message to their sad friends? I'm so kind. You just have to be yourself, Hinako, because whenever I'm by your side, I realize what an amazing person I am. Whenever I help you out, it makes me realize now how kind I am. I'll be always looking out for both you and Sakuko. Because when I look after you two pitiful creatures, it makes me feel so superior, like a teacher, or a parent, or even a pet owner. Oh, wait, yeah. No, seriously, where's the last... oh, it was right here on top of the monster.
これでリンコとお別れできる。
She's so kind, not to mention humble. Yeah. I'm so humble and kind and quirky. Play girl. Alright, let's throw away our trash. Hello, Mr. Rabbit God. We'll give you away. We will give away the Inari sushi. We'll give away the dried carcass. Yes. We'll record and save. Alright, I needed to think of a one-liner here that isn't racist. Time for you to be overcooked. Well, this is the spirit realm, so I presume, like, we just did something weird to her spirit. Alright, well, she's in the Shadow Realm now. We need to go say hi to Mr. Kokiri-san again. Cool, gals don't look at the lava melting. True, but we're not a gal. We don't have the effluence of mega makeup, so, you know, we don't qualify. Do we check on Mr. Kokiri-san? We will check on Mr. Kokiri-san's room. That door should not be locked, but it is. That's also still locked. Is she? She melts, she's not a witch? Well, we already know she's a witch. Using her psychic powers of, rizzing people up to, commit grievous crimes. Puts the Rizzler dynasty to, the bad name. Wait, what's the right way? I'm gonna guess there's like 2 doors here. Yeah. Since there's 2 doors, we will go in here and see if there's any, like, whisper, 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 whisper. There is no whispering. I mean, what is it? Actually, what metal would not melt in lava? Like, is tungsten too high of a melting point? Because, like, the jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams meme came into my head. But, like, lava would definitely melt steel beams. But, like... Sakuko? I was expecting Shu. I guess that kind of puts me more in the... my first instinct that Sakuko is a... Oh god. Something, I don't remember. Just a note, Sakuko's mother, I want to thank you for teaching my daughter. I wanted to apologize for what happened the other day on the field trip. It seems Sakuko caused a lot of trouble. My daughter has been that way ever since she was young. As a child, she always hated when we turned off the lights to go to bed. She avoided dark movie theaters and tunnels like the plague. I mistakenly thought that she'd overcome her fear of the dark now that she's a grown-up. I believe the reason her fear came back during the field trip is because she's unaccustomed to sleeping in a different environment. I gave her a stern talking to for behaving so shamefully at her age. She has since reflected on her behavior and is sorry how she acted. Please accept both her and my apologies. Oh, so that's a really cute desk. It's like a happy, smiling person. This does not bode well. Hey there, buddy. Oh, Jesus. Areas? Wait, was it? Enemies defeated in areas of the neighborhood are unable to be reanimated. Oh! The funny thing about this, we now actually just want to attack enemies when we have the counter ability so we can regain health without having to expend other resources. Which I appreciate. Interesting. Steel wouldn't melt in lava. Oh god. So we can quite literally use lava wouldn't melt steel beams. God damn it. She called me a traitor, but I don't feel that she was a bad person from the characterization we've seen, so I actually hope we can save her in some manner here. She's been corrupted since she's come to the spirit realm. You fall to a good Christian death. So we can go left. Okay, that guy's dead. Actually, don't know how to fight those guys. This will be a learning experience for us here. All I know is they start screaming after a bit. Those are so much health. You know, welly stream, good Christian stream. We don't do anything sussy baka here. Never Wellington. Right, there's something I was missing about Kokiri-san over there. In the other side. Shrine lava doesn't melt steel beams. I hate gym class. Just looking at my gym clothes makes me depressed. They're holding a long-distance race at school soon. I know it's just an excuse to watch me come in last and laugh at me. I knew how lonely I would feel if everyone just left me in the dust, so I asked Rinko if she would hang back so we could run across the finish line together. You know what? She said yes. I asked Hinako too, but she said no. She said it's because she's in a sports club and she'll get yelled at by the teacher if she doesn't try her best. I suppose that makes sense if it's true. I know the truth. I know it's really because you don't want to be held back by a slowpoke by me. Alpinica trips and falls and breaks all the bones in her body. She can never run again. Nothing sussy happens in my Christian Minecraft server. Oh no, not the sussy Baka Minecraft server. So long as your dream's not there, it's fine. Oh, that sure doesn't sound very nice. Yeah. I kind of understand Sakako's position from like the emotional standpoint of a 15-year-old or a 14-year-old though, more than like Rinko's. Because like Sakako is born those emotions are born of like feeling inferior and like, you know, you can grow out of that. Rinko is like a definitional sociopath. You I don't want to fight multiple times. The wall sharing makes it extremely sus. Alright, so we're gonna have to come back and save every single room we clear, is the moral of the story, it seems like. To be fair to her, C-Fusion, I don't think she's ever wielded this weapon before. Like, even though that she's a track and field star, you know, top grades in class, like the traditional, like, elite student in anime shenanigans, she is just not all-powerful. True, she's not the student council president, though in my spirit she is. Alright, we'll deal with you, and then we gotta deal with Polly Prissy Pants here. Hey, buddy. Alright, that definitely went better the second time. We will return and save, though. No, but the... I will assume some level of positive intent from these characters, even though I know it's a Silent Hill and we're not supposed to. It could be that part of the reason why they're tweaking out as much as they are is that because we're in the shadow dimension, like, the darkest feelings that one has in themselves is kind of brought to the surface because, like, we live in a state that encourages such things. Maybe. Or it could be we're surrounded by crazy bees. One is possible. Nothing like a nice, chill, head crushing, you know, foster joy in your day. I'm very happy I chose to take the baby save as well. So there's 2 attacks on that creature we know we can fight. There is the overhead swing, and then there's the overhead swing again when it does its thing. So we get in close. Nope. Alright, so the 2 slashes and then overhead swing we can't block. That one we can, though. It's the camera angles in this area that are hurting quite a bit as well. Like, is there... Can we fight him in a better room? Because he'll just run after us in here. Yeah, we could fight him in here. This is probably better? It feels like a better arena than the other thing. And these doors should not be closed by us going in here. But it will be closed because of this, right? Yeah. I guess we just gotta get good. Alright, we did it. We learned how to fight the Silent Man. Okay, so... I'd like to figure out how we can get into this room, though I'm sure there's like some random thing of darkness that we have to gain access to do it. Ugh. Don't like random creature there, though. That does not bode well for my heart. We'll ignore it as best we can. So we currently have Weed Symbol and Rabbit active. Which means we can save. You should be gone. Oh, but it's not because it... I see. I just wasted all my stamina. Please go. Or not. So we're waiting for our friend to kind of rematerialize in some type of form. Like, I'm assuming there's some type of trauma related to, like, whatever their issue is. So if we were going to find Sakuko here, she's probably in, like, a dark place, would be my guess? Right, so we have weed symbol activating in that room. Guess the key there is something. I kind of wish this translated, like, as we're looking at it, to what this says. We could feed it into ChatGPT or some other translation tool, but I don't think we will at this time. Oh boy. Why is this room lit? That's why this room is lit. Listen, if you don't fall for the enemy scams, you can't be scammed. Simple as. Okay, so we can beat Big Child Monster pretty easy, I'm confident. The only question is whether or not we're going to have any other issues. Or if they introduce a new enemy. I hate the dark, it reminds me that I'm all alone. Everyone's always telling me that I'm a little weird, I'm a bit strange. I'm the weird kid who's always by herself. I can forget my loneliness at school inside a classroom full of people chatting away in the dark. In the dark, however, it comes creeping back. I know the truth. I know what Hinako really thinks of me. She thinks I'm weird, just like all the others. I know it's true. I know she's making fun of me behind my back. Does she think they don't badmouth her when she's not around? I can't stand the fact that she puts on a fake smile and acts like she's the only normal one, all the while looking down on me. She makes me so mad. I hate her. I hate her so much. I wouldn't be surprised if Rinko kind of facilitated that, which gives me more sympathy for Sakuko as well. And now we need to figure out how we're gonna fight this. So we have child baby monster thing. In a hallway. I mean, what we could do is... You know what I think I know what we'll do. We'll open the door again. We'll close the door again. We'll try... Oh, or it'll just skip around with no care in the world. Okay. Now, this is a Konami game. We're just doing stealth 100 activities right here. Small child baby monster doesn't know where we are, even though it knows exactly where we are now. Alright, Shriveled Borage. Wait. We need to get into that room. So, how do we do that? Is there any reason why we needed to do this room? Because we're currently on... Triangles are open, which traps us in here, and there's nothing in that room other than the Aburage, which is just a recovery item. What we actually need to do is go here, then run through, and then we'll have access to the other side of the building. And I think we'll be fine? Probably? I don't know. But that activates, then we can run through and activate this. Then we'll see what's over there. And presumably there'll be another kind of transmutation device, which will open up Bird Room. And I'm gonna guess that our friend is hidden in that room. Alright, she did count as dying in this room. Perfect.
ずっと一緒だよって約束したよね。
Did we go to college? Is that what's going on? We applied to college and we're heading off to college. Is that why we're a traitor? I guess that kind of would make some level of sense. Is this a rabbit pen? Are the adorable boys murdered? Pages from observation log. Hey, Mr. Rabbit, guess what? I made my first ever friend today. Her name is Shimizu Hanako. But Mr. Rabbit, she's my first ever real life human friend, so I'm a little scared. What if she throws me away and forgets me? I'm so scared of what's happening. When I told her my new bestest friend Hinako this, she said she'd never ever abandon me. Not ever. She promised me, but you know what, Mr. Rabbit? What if Hinako breaks her promise? What if she betrays me? What if she's lying? No. I don't want to think about that. Hinako said she would never leave me. She promised. I have to believe her because that's what friends do, right? They believe each other. Hinako, if you betray me, you'll pay. I'll make you pay and regret ever hurting me. Got it? You know what, now I am getting real, like, Hinako went off the college feels, and, like, she's returned to her hometown, like, where she remembers her abusive parents, and, or abusive father and all that stuff. That does kind of fit with the themes we see going on here. Shu probably did marry Rinko or something like that, and, like, he no longer is enamored with that relationship. Maybe? I guess that kind of does make sense given where we be. I also don't remember what room this is. There's a spooky man there, so we're gonna go save real quick. Also trigger you as well. I'm really happy that they don't have the spirit lanterns turn off periodically to kind of basically say that you satiated their lust for soul. So now you have to find another spirit lantern to have all of your enemies eat off of. Or like some nonsense like that, because that would just make me deeply sad. Oh, that's why we want to go in that room. We just get a really good consumable. I really want to increase the Mori slots, but after we beat the game, we'll probably do one more playthrough. We'll probably go straight into that after this, based off of what I understand of, like, the meta of how this game works. Which isn't something I normally do, but I did expect to put about 20 hours into this. The thing that kind of befuddles me here, though, is the why. Like, I don't want to say Resident Evil Resistance, but JJ now has that stuck in my head since Mr. Man used to be studio director for that. I hate this enemy so much. We had such an easier time against them earlier, which is what's surprising me. One, two... And I'm wondering why we had an easier time against them earlier. Like, were they kind of scaled down, less aggressive versions of the opponent? Or is it Wellington's just bad? It could also be because we're using a much heavier weapon and... What is that? One Mississippi... One Mississippi to... So it's like... This has a heavy attack of like 1-ish second, where the Nodachi has a attack time of like 1.5 to 1.8 seconds. So my timing's off by about 50% compared to the initial times we faced them. That would make sense why. Muscle memory is different now. But we're going to trigger Mr. Man, run away. I think this enemy serves well by running into him. Outside of just not getting hit. That also seems to be like a lot of the enemies in this game are... It's better for us to dodge into them rather than anything else, which is interesting, because normally you would expect it to be like... some level of not that. I guess that's the attack we really need to avoid. Most other things we can just dodge. Come on, Bucko. 1, 2... Alright, so we've defeated the echolocation monster. You know what? We haven't had any new enemy types introduced in this segment of the game. And if they do, I would guess it's going to be a bit later. Well, you don't fail your perception checks, kids. That is very much why. I'm gonna run away. Then run away. This game's so fucking intense. the reason why I'm coping and seething is because, like, I wish she ran a little bit faster. I should have saved. Oh well. We are learning how to deal with enemies better, and since we're going to be seeing them all again, it is good to get good. No, but like, I wish there was something that we had, like a Omamori or something like that, I guess, at this point, that had her move speed, like, maybe 30% faster? Thereabouts? Because, like, she is a track and field person. But you know what, if I'm right about this being that she's been in college for some number of years and has returned to the home country, her being kind of, like, slow. Because, like, I would believe this is how fast, like, a 30-year-old who is, like, not fully at their prime, but isn't, like, a fully slow individual would be. Two. It's the stun locks that are getting me as well. I think we have figured out to fight that guy exactly. There's like 2 areas where we can deal with him. We also know where Mr. Missy is here, or Miss Missy is here. Yeah, I see you, motherfucker. Aha! No! Okay, video game. This time we will not bait her into just attacking us so we can get free healing. Alright. The hidden enemies are something I need to figure out how to deal with better. Nothing to loot here. We have another puzzle room. And we have the way is open to get to our friend. We'll open that. I'm going to cry. And then we will see. Wait, stop a certain number of enemies behind the white rabbit? Oh, from reanimating. I'm gonna guess that's the last enemy we can stop reanimating. Sakako's diary. My family has served as caretakers of Senensugi Shrine for generations, but for the past few decades, the shrine's popularity has been on the decline. When it came for my dad to become the head priest, he declined the role and got a regular office job instead. Mom and Dad are always saying negative things about the shrine. Head priests are obsolete, and my grandfather says the tradition of upkeeping Senensugi Shrine will die with his generation. I help out as a Miko at the shrine whenever an event is held. I love how dignified the rituals are and the way they make me feel like my soul's being cleansed. I'd like to be more than just a helper at the shrine. I think I'd like to become a head priest one day. Sorry, my friend, but I think you're a generation or two before that's allowed. Akako's dream. This is the puzzle we did earlier as well. Something similar enough to it. Yeah. That door's still closed. Oh no.
ひなこ来てくれたの怖いよ早く出して
Where is she? Oh, there she is. Sheet of fine paper. Two must face each other as one to pray for mutual prosperity. Those who do shall lift their heads to a level height, as if they were reflections in a mirror, as custom dictates. With the shading of light shall you condemn the past to dark. Must face each other as one to pray for mutual prosperity. Those who do shall lift their heads to a level height as if they're reflections in a mirror as custom dictates. With the shading of light shall you condemn the past to dark. So these guys are well lit. Alright, so we have two shrines there. Two must face each other as one. Those who do shall lift their heads to level height as if they were reflections in a mirror as custom dictates. With the shading of light shall you condemn the past to the dark. I mean, it's probably going to be that these guys are facing each other. And then these guys need to be facing away from the darkness. Or not? So they can face three ways. Left, right, or facing us. If we have them facing each other, what does that do? Two must face each other as one to pray for mutual prosperity. Those that do shall lift their heads to level height as if they're reflections in a mirror as custom dictates. What is that? With shading of light shall you condemn the past of lark. Shame shall you condemn the past to dark. Shading of light. That probably states that they would be facing away from the darkness. With the shading of dark. Alright, so if we go straight, that does that. The rabbit affects that one. This affects those two, and that one. Rabbit affects those two and the bat. So, is there, like, a... kind of setting we can arrive at? So that's at its lowest setting, and then Fox adjusts that one. It's cutting through some of the chests, actually. So it doesn't look like we can adjust it any other way where this isn't like a 6-dimensional sliding puzzle is kind of what I was trying to test for. This is quite literally based off of which orientation you have certain things up or down, and we need one set to be looking at each other, I suspect. Two must face each other as one to pray for mutual prosperity. Those who do shall lift their heads to level height, as if their reflections in the mirror, as custom dictates. Within the shading of light shall you condemn the past to dark. So I'm going to guess it's these two. Or not. Alright, so this one just adjusts the center. You adjust the rear. But in either case, I don't get what I want. So, what can we move to get what we want? We could try and see if there are any other things in here. It can't possibly just be those two. There could be more. Or not. The only thing I could guess is we're trying to get one of these level with each other. Like, the only one that adjusts that one is the sky. So I don't think there is any ability for us to get that guy, by that guy I mean this kind of crate right here, to at this level, which means we can't have everything at the same level here. Sagi-chan does that. And that guy takes it down. So what happens? I think, okay, so what's getting me is, like, this is like a Tower of Hanoi puzzle, I think, where if I overflow it down... No, it just goes deeper. Hmm. I mean, we could brute force it, but that's not in the spirit of things. Two must face each other as one to pray for mutual prosperity. Those who do shall lift their heads to a level height, as if their reflections in the mirror as custom dictates. With your shading of light, you must condemn the past to dark. I mean, what I'm assuming is that the same kind of grouping has to be. It could be Mr. Rabbit. No, we need Mr. Fox needs to be here. Okay. Rabbit and Fox and Rabbit don't work. What if it's like Fox and Rabbit? I feel like this guy needs to be this way. Because I don't think there's any way for us to get the... Oh. Did we solve it? One is looking, and both are looking. What? Okay. We'll put Restraint Lantern 1 there. Oh, right, she's scared of the dark. I think at this point, it's a matter of, like, we're under mind control. Yeah. Well, that doesn't feel nice, Bob. Obtained after bidding farewell to Sakuko, it seems the way able to open a door somewhere. It's much bigger than normal key. It was made for some huge creature to use. We will check again. And this time this is open. A gym class. We read that last time. Yeah, bidding farewell. Omamori Bowl. Greatly decreases stamina consumed. Oh, baby. That is the one we needed. And that means we could have won the Kokori-san's room. Now we have to see if we can go. I need to run this way. So much welfaring. What do you mean welfaring? In the game being kind to me after, you know, the torture that was provided. I think I deserve the super duper upgrade to save the day here. Alright, so that door's still open. We cannot go in this door though. Curiouser. I'm guessing if we do that, it'll lock the door. Yeah, it will. Can we unlock this door? No. Oh, this doesn't not.
相棒これが最後だな
I knew Shu was the fox man. Ugh.
相棒
Oh, bidding farewell.
お前の本当の選択を知りたい
Carry not any memory of what has come to pass beyond this point. Lay all bare upon the pedestal first. Doors shall not open to those who harbor regrets in their hearts.
おかしいなどこに行ったんだそれもいいかそれが忘れていくってことだもんな
Alright, how are we bidding farewell to...
これを買ってもらうために漢字テストを頑張ったんだ覚えてるか ひなこが初めて育てるにはちょっと難しかったよな。
What is that? That's not lost. What is that? I'm guessing it's incomplete is what it is.
こんなノートが山ほどあってな。押し入れにぎっしりさ。
Samurai lightsabers. Oh, shoo. I really hope you're not evil and I'm just like, you know, imagining things due to Wellington slowly losing his mind and, you know, just having a silly Billy Wellington moment. Oopsie whoopsie. You know, you see evil in everything in, you know, the meta-narratives of a horror game. Oh, you. No? You know what? Still got me. I think we're getting more powerful as well. Yeah, we definitely are getting more powerful because that would not have killed her previously. Oh god, is it like we give up more and more of ourselves when we gain more power because of it? That would be thematically on brand with my initial, like, Wellington has, like, not a dream, but, like, a premonition about where the game is going. Ugh. Where, like, the premonition I had was kind of like a sleep demon-esque scenario where basically whatever the hell is going on here is an attempt to craft a new Kami-sama using Hinako as kind of like either the sacrifice or the host of it. Even if it was drawn by an elementary school student, it's still too bad. This is definitely drawn on purpose. There are all kinds of curses written on it, such as stupid, disgusting, etc. Choose prized possessions? Oh shoot, buddy. What's going on with you? Why is that one of your prized possessions? Apparently we were friends with like some sick pervert. Well, we already can do that one. Alright, let's see what's behind Bird Door. Harvey Birdman, attorney at law. Yeah, I knew you existed. Also, I didn't equip the Bull Omamori because I thought we were going to have a period of less combat, but apparently not. We have an Ema now. I mean, I guess we'll just keep it as is. Hopefully there is a... No, there's not going to be another shrine here. That's just me coping. I'm going to guess one of the things that Shu has in here is his... something from his grandma, because that is who taught him to be a medicine person. And that is something he cares deeply about based off of the lore that we've gotten from him previously. This takes us back into the Mr. Kokiri-san room. Or not. Yep. That's... I guess that's about right. I guess we do have the ability to heal in this room, actually, because of the monsters, amusingly enough. Okay, what is this? This is like a giant spider fetus monster? Is that what we're going with here, Japan? So don't dodge until you hear... Tells me I gotta focus on Big Mama if I want to get out of this line. And she actually does have counter abilities. So if I'm right, that might be kind of a rendition of not Hinako, So if this is like basically the comeback after college after 20 years and like everybody's all kind of like bitter that we went off and did something else with our lives, sort of a narrative, then presumably what's going on here is... Then what happened here with this is probably... What is her name? Rinko. Then, like, this would be, like, some phantom rendition of Rinko where all she did is just, like, pump out kids? Or what have you? Maybe? God, this is a grotesque creature. Come on, give me a counter. I know this is a bit of a baby mode emotion, but I wonder if, like, in New Game Plus, like, in Silent Hill 2, you get a chainsaw. Like, do we get, like, a, what do you think we get? Do we think you get a, health bar information? Because that would be really nice. I do recognize that I am beginning to panic a bit in regards to the attacks that are going on because I'm worried about having to repeat this fight. Because I really don't want to do that with this. Look at this creature as little as I can. Oh. As soon as I said I was beginning to panic, we're just fine. We may have used like 99.9% of our healing, but you know, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Alright, Shu, you sick bastard. What prized possessions in here? Ray gun. It's been used so many times that the paint is peeling off everywhere. It seems to have been bought for him at the festival. It's written ballpoint pen. Hide it. Hinako's gonna steal it. That could also be, like, one of his family members. Like, that could be... I have no idea what that's supposed to represent, honestly, in Shu's life. Maybe that's what he wants out of his spouse? It could be that? That would track with the kind of description of, like, he wants a ray gun? No, he wants, like, a breeding machine. Everybody wants a ray gun. Only fools don't want a ray gun. Brainiac Hero comic. Hinako were drawn at the bad guys that the protagonist defeated. Moreover, in order to make the method of death even more bizarre than the manga's presentation, they stubbornly added a lot of scattered blood and guts. Oh. Maybe I was wrong about thinking that Shu liked us? What the hell? Or maybe Shu's secretly a serial killer. Maybe I'm just dead. to say this is majorly screwed up of the game to have like this type of combat in this type of hallway. Alright, Ultra Instinct activated. We'll take some of our drugs and then we're gonna go flee. So that takes us there, so I'm guessing we have to activate this? You know, if we have another boss fight, like, right now, like, if we go into a boss fight and we have to, like, fight Kokiri-san, like, we're just done, by the way. I have no other avenue other than figuring out how to basically do a hitless run against them. Which, I like to think of myself as pretty okay at video games. I am not that good at video games. I also missed where we need to go. Yeah, okay, I see what's going on. There was another hallway upstairs that I didn't trek onto. Okay. God, it feels so weird to kill these monsters now, or those, like, birthing sacks. I don't know what other that's even worse. Like, what would you call that? Pupae? Pupae is probably, like, the best way to do it. Something changed. We go back through into Shu's house. For now, yes. Katsuti, we will not enshrine you for now. We will save a path down. And now we're gonna solve this puzzle. It worries me that the...
本当の気持ちを聞かせてくれ。お前に見せるのは初めてか。恥ずかしいな。
It'll be the ray gun. Or not.
覚悟はできてる。遠慮するな。懐かしいよな。お前との思い出はどれも色褪せない。
You know, the one thing I didn't consider for outcomes that are going on here is that we're currently dying. Which I suppose is the most obvious one. I'm going to assume we're going to kill Shu now, because we're under mind control. Yep, that's a strangling. Mr. Man to death. Is this the real world right now? I mean, if we're actually dying, then that would mean that we are currently in the realm of Kokiri-san. Does that make the overworld like a hallucination of us as we're dying?
幼い頃からの友人に別れを告げるのは辛いだろう。
はい、
And who the hell are we interacting with?
するべきでした。もっと早くこんな姿をお見せして申し訳ありません。
謝らなくていい。むしろその痛みを強いた私の方が謝らねばならない。行こう。
Whoever's idea was it to have the rabbit be our character sort of thing was brilliant because of the whole fox and the rabbit sort of deal right now. Then that means the realm of death is meant to kind of disassociate ourselves from our friends. Or here. I've always despised people who tell me how to act just because I'm a girl. She was different. There exist two Hinakos inside me now. Shimazu Hinako, whom I have known since birth, and Hinako, a woman who's trying to steal my body from the old me. Like an alien is trying to take over me. If this were Space Wars, my partner should be coming to rescue. There's no sign of him. Yeah, there we go. I think Sakako may have read one too many of those bizarre comics lately. She'll be laughing all happily one moment and turn deadly serious and spit off some weird nonsense the next. Apparently she's acting like that because she thinks it's cool, but it's kind of creeped me out how the first few times she did it. Hope she gets over this weird supernatural phase of hers. Yeah. Is that how we've always depicted ourselves? That is what I'm wondering. Can we go back into the school? Oh god, we can.
あの二人どこ？
It also seems to be slightly less infested than earlier.
見張りはどうしたんだよ。
Yeah, they did a mighty poor job of that one. Alright, let's go see them banging, because that's for, if I'm correct, where the point of this dimension and elements of the other one, if we are dying, are gonna be like banging or something like that.
どうしてシュウお前の家で合流なんだよな。
Or maybe we're so disassociated at this point that regardless of what's happening, we're just going to kill him.
戦える数じゃない。 私を追ってる。二人もあいつから逃げたのかも。
I appreciate that Hanako is still trying to rationalize for either her friends or the simulacrum of her friends here, the fake
やむを得ず
creatures.
私を置いてったんだ。だよな。
Yeah, all emotions out of her voice. He is gone. Then, like, what is trying to possess us? Is it just Kokiri-san? I'm sorry something urgent came up so I can't come with you. Just trust me and continue down the path we decided. I'll get everything ready and wait for you.
Shu たちか。
The Shu's house is presumably somewhere, like, right here. I can kind of hear a monster coughing in the background there. We'll see how that goes. Oh, it's no longer in the background. That sounds like a liquor. Alright, you big bastard. Where are ya? Alright, thankfully not quite here yet.
シュなら山に向く。
I mean, that makes sense given the fact that he lives here. I'm not sure if, like, the proper thing, though, right now is to look at every kind of area, or don't loot Goblin.
これってその。
Alright, so when we're trying to be befuddled about what's going on, we have to recount what we know. We know that there's a lizard monster there that I don't really like, and I'm going to try and hide from with all of my power. Because honestly, I'd rather just forsake any loot possibilities available and run far away than fight the off-brand liquors. Because they are just truly evil. Alright, we do need to go this way, though. If it... No, it's not here. God, it's weird to be in an area this foresty. Because, like, I'm a city boy through and through. Familiar with not the, Oh, okay. Oh, and I'm gonna have to... Yeah, no, this is an actual fight I have to do. Okay. Alright, so... Fighting 101 is to have a good grasp of, one enemy at a time. Failing that, just cry. I'm happy that my instincts are back for fighting these guys. Somewhat. Okay, now we just have to fight Big Chungus.
壊れかけてる。もう少しだけ持ってくれ。
The worst part about this is we're out of tools to kind of fix everything, so we're actually down to our final sort of juice. Yep, no, that's just bad. The one thing that I'm wondering is that are these enemies that we're fighting now... Alright, so if we're in a setting where we're slowly being broken down in order to be put to use for some nefarious task, or if we're dying and like some ancient deity is attempting to take hold of us, which, like, in my opinion at this point, are two of the more probable paths of reality. Like, what you would need to do is, like, normal psych warfare, right? So, how do you break a person down? I think we're actually kind of going through the prototypical kind of things of that, where it's like, you break a person away from their friends, you unmake them, and presumably the next stint in the Shadow Realm would be attempting to make us into a different creature. And that probably is why we're losing purchase on ourselves, according to what Hinako was saying, is because, like, well and truly, we're just becoming something else. Hello there, crazy lady. Whoever finds this, please, immediately. There's here. I beg you help. Are you going to activate? No, we're safe? Okay. Which, like... Oh, hell yeah. Heavy weapons use RT to release a powerful attack. The longer the attack is held, the more brutal it will be. Losing focus, you'll remain where you are. Take a defensive stance, so they block most attacks, but weapon durability will decrease much faster. When focus gauge is full, use RB to switch from defensive posture to release a focus attack. Alright, we will use this weapon for now then. Then, like, if we're in the scenario where Hinako is currently dying and this is like some brain death occurring in a hospital, which would make sense why we're kind of hearing Shu, is his family is Doctore, or like one of the kind of compatriots to the town doctor. Like, how did we die?
相棒を放ってどこ行った？シュ。
Like, the obvious kind of thing is, like, our father hit us with a glass bottle, given the fact that we know we live in an incredibly abusive sort of home situation. That would kind of explain why our sister's trying to guide and warn us. Because I think, like, given the kind of description we have of her, is she's very dead. Like, oh, she got married. She died for us when she left the first time, and presumably she died again when, I don't know, a bus hit her. Or Honestly, given like the domestic abuse themes in this, there was likely some amount of like husband-son beater. Which, while unfortunate, would once again fit with the themes in this game as we've seen depicted. Alright. We have Biggins. There's someone behind me. No, or it's just this guy having a weird time. Another thing that's kind of... Oh no. This... Research notes on Hakokuso. I've learned from reading exotic herbology that Kakura Makakura is made by grinding up the seeds of Hakokuso, an extraordinarily rare herb. Hakokuso is notoriously difficult to cultivate as it requires a very specific environment in which to grow, rarely found in the wild. This precious medicinal herb is so prized it has earned itself the title the Flower of the Gods. According to folklore, this herb can give one the ability to converse with gods, visit their lands, and even awaken dormant powers. With the manifold divine experiences this herb is rumored to provide, it is no surprise that numerous legends talk of kings journeying to find it under belief it holds the key to immortality. When ground, it is said the seeds smell of peaches. I will say this is one thing that, for me at least, that I'm a bit sad about in regards to Silent Hill F versus Silent Hill 2, and I'm not sure if it's like this is the way that the Higurashi writer is, but like it seems like there is a we are being given pieces of a puzzle that I don't know how it is going to be answered quite yet, and like it's handing to us slower than I would expect, which is why Welly is saying he is a bit sad, because I would like to know more about what's going on. I'm not sure if it's because I'm dumb, or if there's like a greater kind of like subtext going on that I just don't get. Okay, I'm dead. Oh, please don't tell me back too far. Not good, not bad. I mean, if we're just dead here, what I might want to do is see what is over the hedge when it comes to getting to the middle school byway. Okay, so no access is the moral of the story. Alright, friends. Here, you know what? We did a fantastic job there. I'm gonna take that as a W.
どうする
I would like to think that there's another shrine we can take advantage of somewhere around here. We'll avoid Spitty McSpitzen real quick. I hate whoever decided that they wanted to change how this game worked, because that glitch right there is infuriating. Hmm. Toolkit. Though, I guess we're gonna use the toolkit on the axe now, because we have axe powers, and that seems to be the best melee weapon we have available to us. I do want to go... I say I want to go save, but we just need, once again, to get good. We need to avoid fights that we can't take, and take fights that we can win. And then explore as much as we can, so we can actually have resources. So... let's go see the spitter.
あっち行け こんな時に
I wouldn't want to see a guy called the Spitter. Well, I mean, you know, in some clubs that is a job that is valued. We don't value that job here, especially, you know, today on all days. My, what is it? The day of my daughter's wedding, the day of my cat's wedding. You know, honestly, that does make me think, like, what are the worst wedding acts to kind of bring up? Because, like, I remember, like, looking at, there's, like, a weird show called, like, Most Extreme Weddings, and, like, one of them was, like, a quote-unquote goth couple that installed, like, hooks into them, and they, basically hooked themselves and had their... whatever the hell while they were being hooked on a crane. So they're just suspended in the air, and that was one of the most grotesque things that Wally has ever seen when he was a child. Forget I asked! I'm sorry, Debbie. Well, like, you know, we have to wonder how Welly got to the level of brain rot he's at now. And it's the, you know, horrors and terrors and nightmares I saw when I was a small child. I locked our sanctuary to protect it, but you don't have to worry because I have the key. I'll be waiting for you at the mountain refuge. I won't let anyone or anything hurt you anymore. I'll protect you until the end of time itself. I'll stay by your side till death do us part.
シュウたちがいるかも。
Ugi Sato. Oh, right. And then our house is here. So presumably we're going to wrap all the way around the mountain again to get back to our house. You should have known better. This is my first day on the internet. I mean, I could have told you about the things I saw on, like, the first time I was on B. That would have been deeply even more unpleasant. For all parties. That was a nightmare of a day, let me tell you what. So we need to get to the shed. Which I guess we weren't at already somehow. And hope that there's very little monsters that we have to fight, even though there's, like, fighting monsters here. I can hear fighting monsters already. Oh, God. Now, if we're gonna fight a Lickman, I'm hard saving. I'm not dealing with that in an unsaved state after all of this. I don't care if I have to travel 50 billion miles every time. I understand the spirit of getting good, but that's the spirit of opening up shortcuts to get where you need to go. Oh, hey, buddy. Duh. That does just remind me, I've seen a lot of weird and horrifying things in my life. The internet is a cruel, cruel mistress. As is physics, as we all know, but... I don't know. It's been rainy here in hell this week, and it's left me a bit more pensive than I normally am. Because, like, it has honestly been, like... Yesterday, it was raining so hard. It was reminding me of monsoon season in North Carolina when I lived there. Which, for those of you who have lived through monsoon-type weather, it's like rain that's so bad, or for those who haven't, it's like rain that's so bad while you're walking around, visibility is depressed to about, you know, 15 meters? 30 meters? Something like that? Which is very bad for my heart, because, people in Arizona, surprisingly, who could have guessed, don't know how to drive in the rain. Basically, on my way to work, it was like... There was like 2 accidents that had occurred. And, you know... You have the gay old time of, like, watching people just drive far more aggressively than you should. Be like, I wonder if you're gonna get hit for that in the near future. Though, like, when you see a truck do it, I did kind of, like, have to pause and think, like, you know what?
一体どこまで行ったんだ
You have to know what, they're probably going to be okay, given the fact that they, have better tires than I do. But, real life aside, I suppose I'm at the point where I'm just going to start making up lore for this game, because I'm at a loss to what the real life lore of what's going on here is. So, like, we're some random girl who is, like, runs out of her house and then proceeds to fight 50 billion shadow monsters. Which, you know, for lives in horror games, that's, not the worst. Did Shu kill these people? The view's great, isn't it? I've always wanted to see it with you. You're probably alright if you've made it this far, but just to be sure, you're not being followed by anyone, right? It's our private sanctuary, we don't need anyone else. Did Shu kill Rinko? I have the feeling Shu killed Rinko. Very happy our partner's giving us all the drugs we need. You know, big supporter of big opium in Welliastan. How you fund the economy until the oil revenues kick in. Oh dear. Well, I guess we're gonna find out where the game puts us. Put us here. We'll return to the title screen. The thing that I want to check is, what is our latest autosave? So... the save is at 57. Right, we should be fine with this autosave, actually. Because that should put us right at the door. Yeah. I probably should have just assumed that, rather than assumed I had to run all the way back, but... so, like, we're probably look like a sociopath to anyone who sees us. You know, for all we know, we could just be effectively high on opium, and, like, the people of local town basically see some crazy chick running around in a bunny outfit, just absolutely murdering the townsfolk. If anything, like, we're the chainsaw-wielding monster. If, like, what we're observing isn't real. But you know what? Is there a horror game like that? Is there a horror game where you're just, like, some, you know... horrified co-ed on their way to attempting to get to safety, and in the end it turns out that all the monsters you've been killing the entire time are just like the, I want to say kind, but fair townsfolk. Because, like, the only game that I think that kind of even comes close to that kind of concept is Spec Ops: The Line.
リンコ
Yeah, because, like, that game is about, like, a soldier group that just absolutely loses, I guess not a soldier, just a man that effectively is living out his best life as like Colonel Kurtz from Heart of Darkness. Like, are we the anime Colonel Kurtz? Is that the life that we've cast for ourselves? I also feel that we're getting weaker. Metal gate key. You've come such a long way, you're doing so well. You don't need to worry about your silly old mundane world anymore. We'll break free from all that here. This is welcome to our sanctuary. Others are overjoyed to have you as a new addition. Yep. Alright, that explains everything. Alright, so... the reason why... I was wondering why it took so long to open this particular one up. I thought, are we getting weaker? No. We are in fact not getting weaker, we're just being tormented by the cruelties of reality. We're gonna loot this area to the gills, save again, and then run away like the cowards we are. No, but like, I think the kind of idea that you are playing the monster, but you don't realize that you're the monster till later on, is like a game kind of concept that would be kind of fun to delve into more. Well, for given definitions of fun. So not everybody's living into a happy old nightmare. Alright, so we run straight, then left. Just very dead. Alright, we're technically not in combat, so equip Omamori. We will not... okay, it's combat. I guess we'll do the unlimited stamina then. Alright. So... but they have that guy there. Come on. Just let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. So I guess the game does want us to go the long way around, which is understandable. Alright, so the long way around would be this guy. Oh, why did I go this way around with this bug? Okay. Or we just die. Alright, so we have... God, I hate the... Like, I don't have the phobia of small holes, or like whatever the hell it is. The, you make something that shouldn't be porous. But like, oh god, that is uncomfortable to look at. I will say kudos to Konami. They're doing better than, the Resi people when it comes to that whole kind of concept, because Resi just, no matter what, eternally wants to, cast themselves in the, grotesque when it comes to horror aspects, and never kind of delve into, like, you know, things like this, where it's uncomfortable to look at, not because, like, it's overly grotesque, but because it's uncanny. No, don't. Okay. So, how do we handle this? I think the best way we handle this is the kind of... We need to continue going down right path. Oh! Never mind, I'm no longer sad. They constantly just had us go down the other thing. I would have been very much more upset with this segment, but the way it is now is fine. Because I can just dodge, now I know that I need to dodge that attack, and we can lock the gate. Oh god, no, the gate's right here. Oh, nope, I went down the wrong path. The one thing I will quibble with a bit here is I wish I knew... I wish you could switch Omomoris in the chase sequences, even if they are legally combat, because that would make it more... Like, I would be able to adjust for the sprint thing that we just got, because I would never normally use that in a combat scenario, but here makes perfect sense too. Oh, Hinako.
ちょっと休憩
At least we got a Higashi for our troubles. Oh, nope, Fog Monster's back. And that is the exact way we need to go. Alright, so it is straight, left, and then take the first right we can. So basically, do we not have access to this area at all? Oh my good god. This definitely feels like an end of the game segment here, where we're being kind of... put in a position where we need to use all our resources to run away. Is that her sister in the fog, you think? Is she the fog monster? Thankfully, the Tory gates did their job.
これで終わりだね。
Now we get to loot, as is our prerogative.
さっきのあれ全部消えた？
I think that's more of an indication that we're truly, like, fully disassociating at this point if we're imagining up that number of monsters. 'Cause if they're just psychic constructs, this very likely is the final moments before we die. Which, like, is an interesting concept, because, like, there is kind of stories of, like, people expiring and, like, what they think of, right? And if, you know, normally it's a depiction of, like, what you have done. Okay, this just leads to where we go. I want to go this way. So, like, for some people, they just might see nightmares. For all you know, you could be living a nightmare yourself. Right now. Live on air. Because you're actually living in the world... please, for the love of fucking God, game. Okay. Graphics, full screen, windowed. Maybe that'll fix it. We'll probably see a bit of screen tearing here, but I would rather screen tearing than whatever the heck that is. So presumably this is the actual shrine for Inari-san. And then Sakuko says that the custom putting old tools to rest is called the Sukogami faith. During the course of history, it is something fused with the Inari faith, making it special religious view of Ebi Suguoka. The only shrine in town, Senen Sugi Shrine, was, as its name suggests, worshipping a 1,000-year-old cedar as its divine tree. After living to see 1,000 years, it was praised as divine, and then, once the divine tree turned to ash, it was time to worship the next oldest thing. Sakuko reckons that it just so happened to be the moss-covered Inari statue. I've heard once that there was a shrine in shambles near Shu's house, but I never knew it was here. Shu told me back then that there's treasure at the roots of the divine tree or something. Well, Sakuko once told me that this place is where the real Senensugi shrine is. Regarding the legend of the sacred sword, it is said that Ebi Suguoka was a hidden village that once served as a refuge for defeated soldiers of the Taira clan. Unfortunately, evidence to support this tale has been yet to be found. Still, Ebi Suguoka shares many cultural similarities with those of other hidden villages, and it is my belief that the tale is true. According to other local legends, the soldiers who fled here vowed to exact revenge upon the Minamoto clan and restore the Taira clan to its former glory. Upon swearing this oath, they buried the sword of their deceased leader at the base of a great tree that serves to protect this land. Can I get the sword? Apparently we don't get the super sword. Is there anything we could just use? We do need to heal. That was worth it for lore. I'm going to guess we're going to find that sacred sword somewhere and probably like stab Shu with it, given how this game is going. At this point, I'm not sure whether or not to say, ha, you deserved it, you rat bastard, or poor Shu, because I still am uncertain, like, if he's evil. Ugh. Well, if that's not going to fix it. Borderless window again, or just windowed, VSync on. Alright, and it's not off on the way to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Shu. We actually need to enshrine things. Let's do that. Throw away the chocolate and throw away the dried carcass. And now we have 3,000 points. We can, we'll record because I'm not sure if I'll live to regret this decision. But we will pray to get another Omamori. Now we can equip 3. We still have 2 Emas to go. Hello, Wick. Hope you're having a lovely day today. Alright, where's Horse? We're going to become a Uma Musume in order to fight against the knight. I'm actually surprised their clothes haven't gotten more disheveled during this act. It was only really getting pushed down the stairs was the final level of dishevelment. Hmm. Alright, which is it? Which is it going to be? Is Shu kill Rinko, or are they in a compromised state right now? Because whatever's going on is going to be made such that it will cause us to be more disassociated from Shu, I think. The front door keys to Shu's house. Hinako began complaining of headaches in middle school. When I tried pinpointing their root cause, things always seemed to come back to stress arising from a poor relationship with her father. In other words, she's suffering from tension headaches. I first recommended that she use over-the-counter medicine, but soon she started asking them more and more often. I don't like the thought of Hinako developing a reliance on such drugs, so I switched her to the traditional Chinese medicine that uses the kudzu root, and peony, as it should put less strain on her body. That said, I know the real reason she comes around so often isn't because she's looking for medicine, but for a place to air her grievances about her father. As my grandmother always said, you can greatly improve the flow of someone's chi by simply listening to their troubles and empathizing with them. Hinako was thrilled with the medicine I gave her and said that it worked wonders. Truth is that it wasn't about the medicine alone. I want to hear out all of her troubles and concerns. I mean, that's my job as her partner, right? I have a very bad feeling right now. That was very obvious to have a very bad feeling in this kind of circumstance, but like... the matter of what... it's always the matter of what's wrong. So I don't mind spoilers in a lot of things. Because it's the travel of how you get to that point that matters. Okay. We finally get to see what the fog monster is. Is that Kokiri-san? We've been infected. Is that just the end of the game? Okay.
ここから先は大きな苦痛を伴うことになる。
いいえ、私は恐れません。
では行こう。ここでは3つの儀式がある。
姿が見えなくとも一緒にいるのを感じます。
Yeah, and the poor doll's been correct every time we've seen her. Oh my.
頑張ります。あなたにふさわしく。
Alright, what is causing this? We are shutting down the game for a minute here, because this has actually officially fully pissed me off. Silent Hill F screen flickering. G-Sync flickering. Are your monitors outside of G-Sync range? Do not turn motion blur off. Oh my god. Motion blur is causing this? Okay. Hope everybody likes motion blur.
のように。
行こうか。ミナコ。
はい。
Alright, Foxon wants me to go that way.
この壁なんか妙だ。
I'm guessing we can't access the information regarding that wall on this playthrough. Because we're too zonked out on Foxatonin. Oh, that just looks like you're going to hell. Though I do wish the doll was a bit quicker about her warnings, given the fact that, like, you know, we would have known to avoid... you know, ladies kind of pushing us down the stairs like we're at the end of House of Cards. I have received reports that the patient will sometimes make strange sounds and try to get on all fours, crawl around. Housemaids who served the family for many years whisper upon themselves. Speaking of so-called fox possession, I scolded them for spreading such unscientific, superstitious rumors. Today, I was ordered to keep silent about this matter by the head of house. The family has denied the request to transport them to a hospital. I wonder if it is out of fear of talk of supernatural will tarnish the family's reputation. However, I do not expect the patient's conditions to improve at in-home treatment. You know, I would ask if that's us. Ah. Okay. The other side of the wall from earlier. Alright, so... That's the fox wall again. So basically, is it going to be like the fox crashes through the fox walls and then, like, evil things happen? Halt the spread of corruption from the mortal world on thy hand and cleanse it to a silver and noble sheen. Rejoice, Hinako, and be welcome. So we're effectively living in the world of a bunch of, like, vengeful... I don't want to say cultists, because I don't know anything about the Taira clan. But we're living in, like, the Naruto Hidden Leaf Village, but for some random family during the Sengoku, and they are... we're dealing with, like, the consequences of that somehow. And I'm assuming part of the reason why the town is insane is due to a... Hey, buddy. Some kind of happenstance with that. What we need to find right now, actually, is a blue room. Nope, don't want to deal with that. Not right now at all. Nope, there we go, blue room. Hey, buddy. Oh, and that's it activating its Ultra Instinct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm so happy I'm getting more used to the combat in this game. I regret choosing hard. We have a nice little mural.
はい。今、参ります。
Alright, so we have a fox that's ripping the faces out of maidens. That's refreshing. Now we have the nice Jeffrey Dahmer room of the house. You know, it really goes well with all the neo-Gothic architecture. Oh yeah, no, this is fantastic. The Uma Musume people were correct. Please just get out of here. Oh no, this is just the blue room. This isn't, like... okay. I misunderstood the assignment and I'm going to suffer greatly for it. Alright. That's fine. It is no longer fine. Solemn letter. Draw, not draw. Guess we'll just run to our destination then. Since we have what is effectively infinite run speed.
ここだ、ミナコ。
Oh, he was here.
今参ります。
So do we have to like... Oh, and you know what? Those creatures without the face, those are like previous like maidens and stuff that have had their faces ripped off by Kokiri-san. Obviously, that's just a pog thing to do. There's another one behind me, I know it. Yep. Alright. Giant crying baby is always like a refreshing kind of thing to experience in the horror mansion. You know what? You know what? I think I'm okay. I think I don't want to deal with giant crying baby. Made me deeply uncomfortable in Resident Evil 8, and it'll continue making me deeply uncomfortable in this game. Alright, Kokiri-san, what do you got for me? This is trial 1 of 3. Presumably killing once again all of her friends. Or are we becoming the fog monster? Does it eat the arm? Wait, are we going to get a fox arm? That would explain why that was ripped off so much earlier in the game. Yep, and she's gonna rip it off. Sterilizing it with alcohol. Yeah, the game's literally about turning you into a furry. What is Silent... It's why it's Silent Hill F, it's not Silent Hill Flower, it's Silent Hill Furry. They're having us cut off our own arm. Are you kidding me? Oh no, sorry, saw off our own arm. Right at the joint too. Oh, good God. This is why you don't use 19th century technology or 2nd century technology to solve medical solutions. Because a guillotine would have done a better job. Yeah, I think we've been fighting and running away from ourselves the entire game. Give me 1 minute. Alrighty. Alright, I thought he was going to eat us. Is he really intending us to make, like...
痛み止めは施した。まだ痛むか？
いえ、少し引きつる感じがするだけです。行きましょう。次。
君さえ良ければ。
はい、大丈夫です。美しい腕です。
Fox arm. My right arm is now replaced with the arm of a fox. The ferocity of a wild beast rests within. Soul Siphon. Hold A near enemies that have been rendered inanimate to use Soul Siphon. Prevents them from reanimating. Death. Left trigger plus right button will razor sharp claws. Enemies defeated by a focused attack with the fox arm will not be reanimating. And that has taken away any ability for us to do anything else other than have a fox arm. We don't even move like a person anymore. We're more beast than person. Okay, I was really hoping that would ring.
Hinako. よく頑張ったね。
Is that what them kokery sand walls were downstairs? We're able to burst through them? That would make a lick of sense. That would make some sense. Wait, what was Soul Siphon again? A. What did that say on the map? Heart, 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 surprise. Yeah. The furry within. Alright, Dancer. Enemies that have been rendered inanimate will reanimate after a period of time. Using the fox arm, hold A near enemies who have been rendered inanimate to do Soul Siphon.
私は清水ひな子じゃない。この者に恥じない働きを。
So I think we're on the route to a bad end. Spoilers, everybody. I'm pretty sure this is the bad end route that we're currently on. Yeah, let's just throw away the, how's our health looking? Everything's perfect, so I guess we'll donate some things in a minute to, you know, Tesco's, health marketplace. Okay, mister. I will say, if this does end up being, like, bad end route, it will not enamor me with the writer who is, or whoever is responsible for it on the writing team. Because, like, one of my least favorite things in video games, which actually is the reason why we didn't start with, not Undertale. What's the other game we're playing? The reason why we didn't start with, Overwatch or, Clock Tower 2 today is I was looking at the ending guide, and I learned that we're locked into ending G no matter what we do. So we're gonna have to restart the game from the beginning next time we play. Which I wasn't really into beginning with today, so we'll worry about it later. But, like, I want to be able to have all ending choices available until later on. It could be me being fussy. I don't, that is me being a bit fussy, but, like, eh. I don't like having to be forced to play the game again. Like, I understand having more endings on a second playthrough, but forcing you onto a ending or a playthrough for the first playthrough, I dislike. The lovely silver arm grows strong, the figure no longer mortal but divine. Unto thy limb has the power of purification been bestowed. Grace us now with thy newfound strength. So I did begin, towards the beginning of the stream, kind of elucidate upon a dream that I had. Because right the day after we had the stream for this, I had a brief dream about what I thought was going to happen, or my spirit was influenced by reality, and what I was told was that this game was going to be about Hinako being... Oh my fucking god. Hinako basically being sacrificed or, like, transmogrified into some deified creature. Which I think is an interesting concept overall. And now has been confirmed, so I'm going to put that in the Welly Nostradamus was correct. Feels pretty good. Have your psychic emanations be vindicated by actualization. I guess we'll go to the Kokiri room now. Now that we're buff, half fox, half girl, or I guess... Was that 18% fox? 72% girl? However, the child she carried was unmistakably a descendant of the Sunekis, and their blood lies in wait for a tragedy to strike. It is only a matter of time before that child exacts their revenge. I believe that next time there's turmoil within the Tsuneki family, that child will make their move. Once again, insanity hides the gift of prophecy of modern Cassandra. I mean, if it bees like that, man, it be like that? It's just our weapon now, Fox Arm. We're not running. We will not be the Uma. Mantis. No. Each successful counter defeating an enemy. I was reading like a meme the other day that was like, you know, if you describe like the kind of some of the mental illnesses we have nowadays, it seems very similar to the entities of prophecy of the past, and like, you know, is it truly we're treating for mental illness, or are we just like attempting to keep the ancient beings out, you know, the elder gods? Which, you know, is a fascinating take on that. Nice to have a little bit of unhinged energy for your random meme on the day. Feel that's in the spirit of Wellington the Prophet. Okay, what? Oh, okay, just kill me. Not fighting 2 of you, 3 of you at once. So that does make me want to ask the question, like, for the concept of something as a constantia, right? A being of prophecy and mystery. Like, if that is something that is true, like capital T true, that means it is a scientific phenomenon, which means it would be replicatable and repeatable, right? So then, like, if that is, like, something someone could do, like, how would you even begin to think about constructing the experiment to see if, like, someone's, like, able to do prophecy? Like, how do you solve for that? Like, I know that's another in the vein of, like, what the hell are you talking about, Wellington questions, but, like, we were talking about supernatural phenomenon type of things at work recently, and, like, that's one of those that I always find on the more fascinating end of things. And, you know, Science-y Wellington always will attempt to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... The science-y side of Wellington will always try and find, you know, what the reality of the situation is, no matter how insane it is. Please give me help. Health. God, I wish we could sunlock these guys better. Okay. Like, part of the reason why I've been thinking about that is, like, remembering why I take umbrage with, like, string theory, and that's because of, like, lack of reproducibility. And, like, I realize I'm fine with a lot of crazy ideas so long as you're able to construct an experiment to kind of, like, elucidate that point in a manner that can be explained or elaborated upon. And, like, currently, string theory doesn't. And, like, I'm gonna guess this is the room where we get to unlock that door. Yeah. There's no reason for us to continue fighting. Do we get added up?
次の儀式はこっちだ。
Oh yeah, no, this is the power of the thing that's been chasing us. Oh god, we really are turning into the fog monster. Why are the red capsules in this dimension? Oh god. It was too slow. Yep, no, that's fine. I can't believe I've been tricked into playing a Dark Souls. That's the worst part about all of this. Alright. I'm beginning to cope and seethe. Every 3D game in 2025 is a Souls-like. Yeah, it makes me deeply sad. The worst part for me is I don't even have access to like the Souls-like bitch boxes, or the bitch box equivalent, which I understand is the what is that thing? You just get fireball and spam fireball at the enemy for like 5 hours. Granted, like, getting a fox arm is a pretty pog in that regard. Now we just need fox fire, which hopefully that's what we're going to unlock now. Alright, we get the fetus monster first, then we get the spit. That is true. You know, gotta increase that chat engagement in order to, get my streamer synergistics up. You know, Wellington, one day, you know, we're totally gonna have 50 billion stream people on the Wellington stream. That's totally going to happen. And totally, I want that, yeah. Not a fucking nightmare scenario. God, I can't imagine, like... like, imagine you're someone who has 10,000 viewers. Like, you're a Northern Lion, and, like, you're playing Dark Souls. Because I remember watching Northern Lion a million years ago, and enjoying, like, watching him play... Dark Souls and like, and I did not, because I don't play those games or really kind of indulge myself in them, I didn't think to be like, ha, streamers should get good. I can't imagine like how bad it was. Or is if he plays Elden Ring. Oh no, we need the fetus monster to die. Dodge, you fool. And that's the other thing I hate about this particular fight, is I hate the stun locking. Like, just give me one attack that gives me the damage that you want to give me, video game developer. Don't give me 5 attacks that I can't get out of that dictate how much damage that I take. Okay, we need to run away for a minute. I suppose the only saving grace of this whole battle is that I am learning how to get good. Just takes a while and is expensive. Oh, so very expensive. Since we have the sort of, what do you call it? Soul Siphon ability, it would be nice if we could, you know, have the ability to get offering points from our foes. You know, power up our faith to no longer be insane. Because we're definitely insane at this point. There's no two ways about it. Our Hinako is not doing well. If you're at a point where you're willing to cut off your arm with only minor suggestion. Alright, what's the second test of devotion to Mr. Kokori-san? Do we have to fight Mr. Kokori-san? No, we're obviously getting our back branded. Well, apparently we're saying we're no... Oh, God, don't do that, Hinako. Take the thing. Your teeth are gonna be shattered. At least rip the shirt. I can't imagine the cloth fibers burning into you.
はい。
儀式は終わったよ。君は本当に頑張った。次でここでの儀式は最後だ。
これで
The awakened fox arm, which possesses incredible strength, when kudzu seal is full, use LS plus RS to awaken your bestial form. While in your bestial form, you revert to fox arm to its normal state. Deplete while you're in your bestial form, however, if you were...
身も心もあなたのものに。
Alright, so I'm gonna guess we have, like, we turn into an actual fox monster
こ
now.
っちだ。
Kokiri-san just running away from the super monster that he's creating. God, this is like some Umbrella Corporation nonsense. Like, oh hey, we're gonna make you super powerful, yeah. Don't worry about it. Bestial form. Kudzu Seal will fill up as your soul siphon or attack enemies. Once it's full, you can erase bestial form. Enemies defeated with your bestial form will not animate. While attacking, use RB. Devastating attack with RT, holding down the attack much longer to deal even more damage. While in your awakened form, you can perform a counter using RT so long as the counter is possible, even if you're in the middle of attack. Ooh. Alright.
はじめまして。ひなこと申します。
Jeez, we're so much more powerful now. Oh, we don't even take damage in this form either. Oh my god, this is actually kind of amazing. Please kill this guy. This guy specifically needs to die. Nope, okay. Two, three, four. Hey, buddy. The doll monster thought it got to live, but it in fact is going to die. Or just crawl on the ground and cry. That also works too. Find the final ritual chamber. So, I'm gonna guess we can open doors with the hash mark abilities now. Oh, and the seals are gone. I wish I knew more about Japanese mythology in that regard, because that would probably hold more meaning for me if I did. Hey, buddy. We're in the most dangerous timeline. Wellington is fully activated Ultra Instinct mode. Granted, my Ultra Instinct is telling me to dodge at the wrong times. I am curious what we're going to look like in the real world now. Oh, but we're finally running faster. Okay, never mind. Maybe it's fine that we're totally the bad guy now. My truest wish of speed is being granted. So what secrets are being availed? Those are Miko robes. We have more Higashi stuff. You really are shrouded in mystery. I understand exactly how I feel, even though we haven't seen each other in years. Are you simply reading me like a book, or am I feeling exactly what it is you want me to? Recently, I've started to think that I even don't know who I am anymore. So I'm going to guess the... hopefully your other dream, crack cocaine, isn't also granted? No, it's opium wick. You know, it's 2045, world has collapsed, Wellington's the #1 opium dealer worldwide. You know, funding, like... I don't know. In that timeline, I don't know what evil Wellington would fund. Because what is there to fund in the apocalypse, right? God, I think we're actually gonna play Vicky 3 after this with, like, Persia or something. I also guess we're gonna kill Baby-san. Oh yeah, we're even becoming more aggressive now. You know, I will say there is one thing that the writers can have if we're forced onto the bad ending. If you make the bad ending cool, I think I would be okay being forced onto the bad ending first. Because, like, that's the thing that bugs me about Cthulhu games, where you always get the bad ending, or you predominantly will just get the bad ending no matter what. Where it's always just, like, a sad kind of cuck ending. No, I want, like, if you're gonna force me onto the bad ending, make me so kind of, like, evil that, like, you see the cutscene bad guy, sort of deal. Because, like, even though that's something you're gonna want to avoid on subsequent playthroughs, it's just like, okay, you know what? At least we have, like... At least we're the villain that we're going to defeat, or, like, you know, one of the lieutenants of the final boss, sort of a deal. I think that makes it worth it, or at least acceptable enough. So, presumably... It's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be there. I'm just trying to open up all the doors first, because I'm tired of having random doors that are inaccessible to us be a thing. Haha! You know what? Come on, buddy. Okay. My quest to open up the room. Trying to find, like, other sort of tidbits or things that we can convert into pure gold, or whatever the hell we want to call it. Faith points. Jesus bullion? Could go with that. Alrighty, so you've killed basically everything. Most doors are open. There's only one more left. Maybe the Okan. I will say earlier in the playthrough, I was really underrating the value of Yokan. I think that's one of the better healing items we have available to us. I think it triggers relatively fast compared to others. And, you know, it has more, I want to say juice for your goose, because that sounds wronger than I would normally like to go with. But, on that note, I'll take a bio break. I'll be back